ーミュラドリフトジャパン。
革新のカーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK、 カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
Made in Japan. Breed.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Round 4 here at the Grand Snow Okuibuki Park in the Shiga Prefecture.
Man, we are back for another FDJ round. We were here last weekend from the FDJ2 round where we were using the other smaller parking lot. Now we're back to the traditional Okuibuki track layout that we have here. Just some small changes, though.
Yeah, and with those small changes, these drivers have definitely given a positive vibe off of the changes that were made. There's no longer inner clips. So I know Robbie, he's a huge fan of that. He gets to see a lot more battles like head-to-head and smoke shows.
I think it's good in some places, but actually to be able to, how can I say it, show off the tandeming skills a little bit more. I think if there's a lot of outside zones where the lead car goes all the way out with a lot of angle, it really helps out the chase car to at least, you know, give them some buffer zone where they can still try to keep up if they have to run a smaller line, so on and so on. So there's many opinions on that too, but we were just trying this out this time, this route, but it looks like everything's working out watching practice today.
Exactly. It's going to be a very exciting qualify today.
It's going to be tricky too because I'm not going to say that word, but the weather today, it's supposed to...
Can't say the R word.
I know, exactly. I don't want to mention the R word. But here you go. Here we are in the stands right here. On the screen, you see to the right, that is Tom Saeba. He is the Japanese side commentating. If you want to hear this all in Japanese, you can go ahead and go to the Formula Drift Japan website or Facebook page or Instagram or YouTube channel. And next to him is Nobuteru Taniguchi. He is a race car driver. He is our guest judge for this round and also a commentator. And right next to Taniguchi is Yoichi Momura, which is the FDJ judge from FDJ2 and FDJ, all the events. He's always judging with me. And they're talking about Okuibuki. Imamura's been here since last weekend's FDJ2. And here are right here, me, Robin Yoshida, blabbing away right now as usual. I'm one of the judges and also a commentator. And next to me here is Kenny Harris, our FDJ commentator. What's up, everybody?
What's up? And I'm squaring it away so I can get onto the chat, see what's going on out there.
He's texting his friends and buddies, yeah. You know what I mean? But, yeah, thanks for joining us again. And today's going to be qualify. I think there's about 60 cars or something, and I think maybe a few cars are out because of their mechanical issues. But we're going to have to cut everybody down to 32. It's going to be a very, very tough one. So
it is definitely going to be a tough one. If you haven't been here, the track layout is going to be pretty tough for them too, especially if the weather doesn't cooperate with us. As you can see, they'll show you the view of the track, but man, the uphill from the start to outer zone 1, it's insane. You can't catch it on film, and that's the sad part. I wish you could see it.
You can see it, but right here, before we go into any further with the track, there you go. These are the Motor Games girls. That's Miharu, Minami, Miori, and Marina. They're all here to cheer us on, and they're also supporting us by, being the umbrella girls, official umbrella girls for Formula Drift Japan. Who's your favorite guys? 'Cause I know there's a lot of guys out here. They're happy to see. So here you go. As you can see, here's the track layout. We're going to have a map on here in a minute. All right, so are we still having?
Hey, give me some comments on our audio right now. I know some of y'all said some stuff on the chat. I see y'all out there. Give me some insight. We're trying to get that squared away for y'all.
Here you go. Here's a layout of the track. You see the straightaway, very long straightaway, and it's uphill. It's a lot steeper than it looks. You got the 3-2-1 cone. You got to make sure that you're initiated by the 1 cone, but you have to make sure that the car is all the way at full angle going into the outside zone 1. It's a fairly long zone, but it's in front of the wall, so it's intimidating. You have to cross over the bridge, and what's new from this round is instead of the inside clip right there, we have an outside zone 2. And since the outside zone 2 is there, it carries the car all the way to the outside. You have to make a quick transition going to the outside zone 3, which is a little bit later than how it's always been. After the outside zone 3, you pass through the outside zone 4, which is a little bit later too. And we cut the finish a little shorter. Usually the finish line is past the bridge, and also there's another in clip there, but we just deleted all that because it's always a hot mess going to that. So we cut it a little shorter, but at the same time the outside zone is there. So the driver is actually driving a longer distance because running a smaller line versus a larger outside line. The outside line, you're driving a longer distance. So see what the drivers can do here. But the key here is to be fully committed to the outside zone 1 because there's a wall there. Here's you go to the drone view. They're going to start from, nice, they're going to start from the start line right here. So right here, leaving the start line, going through the chicane, you're going straight through to the outside zone 1. As you can see, this is an uphill battle going straight into outside zone 2. It's very long. 3-2-1 cone to the right. Right here on the outside zone 1, you got to move around there. Then the bridge, it sticks out a little bit. That's kind of scary. Outside zone 2. Quick transition going to the outside zone 3. You got to make sure that you keep the car and the left rear tire within the track because you'll get deducted for line. And right here, picking what angle you want to drive through outside zone 4 is very important, but you just have to make sure that you're drifting through the finish line, and that's it. The scoring will be divided into the 3 judges. Me, Robin Ishida, is the style judge. Yoichi Momura is going to be the line judge, and Nobuteru Taniguchi is going to be the angle judge. So the angle judge and the line judge has 10 points each on the outside zone 1, 5 points each on the outside zone 2, 10 points each on the outside zone 3, and 5 points each on the outside zone 4. And me as a style judge, I have 40 points overall, and that includes commitment, fluidity. A lot of the times you get dock points if you don't initiate quick as possible and get back on gas as quick as possible. And at the transition too, going from outside zone 2 to 3, you have to make sure that the car flicks hard and you get back on gas as soon as possible. Other than that, not being smooth, off and on throttle a lot, having to do a lot of adjustments, e-brakes, a lot of steering corrections, whatnot, I will be docking points for that too. So hopefully you guys will understand that as we go. And if you guys want to play guessing games on the live stream, you can go ahead and let us know what you think about the scoring and stuff like that. But you know what? All the judges are trying their best, so don't dog on us.
So I talked a little bit about them. I'll have Robbie go ahead and translate to them about what's going on with the audio. But here you go right here, our first qualifier last year. Number 17, Jin Horino in his good ride. Horino right here, qualifying first last year. He had an SR-powered S15.
Initial qualifying run, and here he is putting it all out there. Definitely wanting to up that 90 score. Coming into outer zone 2 right here.
Wow.
Beautiful job. Nice flick into outer zone 2. Coming into outer zone 3. Let's see what he's going to do for the finish here from outer zone 3 to inside clip 2 right here.
Wow. Man, he is utilizing his lock kit for sure.
At
Whoa,
95.
95.
Oh my goodness.
All right, sorry about that. We're trying to get everything situated with the sound and stuff. But as you saw, that was the top drivers of the qualifying from yesterday. And as you can see, it was wet.
Last year, yes. Yeah, last year was wet. That was a qualifier from last year. But like you saw, there was an inside clip. This time there's not. There's an outer zone right there. So it's going to be definitely different seeing how they're going to carry their drift from outer zones 1 to 2 and then be able to flick back around toward the wall into outer zone 3.
Yeah, so today's only qualifying. There is no tandeming, but there are a lot of people that are visiting us. We have a stand in front of the outside zone 1. Everybody likes to spectate from this hill right here next to us where the judging stand is, looking at it from the top. Here you go. There's ranking of the series, the championship. We got first place Masanori Kohashi, second place Hokuto Matsuyama, third place Kanta, fourth place Naoto Suenaga, which I have to say, Naoto Suenaga is actually not going to compete this time because of mechanical issues, which is horrible for him to be in the series ranking fourth. Not being able to compete here because this is kind of the turning point for the series. And we got Koichi Yamashita, which is last year's champion, 2 years in a row, champion of the FDJ series. He is sitting in fifth. So as you see, the points not too separated up until 1 to 4. You do have a about 70 point separation from 5 to 1. So we want to see what the drivers are going to do to better themselves in the series, to move themselves up. And let's see who's going to be standing on top of the championship at the end of this year.
Yeah, it's very sad to see. Suenaga actually informed us during like the lunch break that they had in between that I believe it was his turbo that went out and a few other mechanical issues that they were unable to fix between last night and today. Very unfortunate being in fourth place. It's a huge contender to be in the top qualifier for the series.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
Yamashita, that's opening the gate for Yamashita. Yamashita's trying to do a three-peat this year. He's back-to-back champ. Let's see if he can get a three-peat and try to get on podium to actually bump his score up.
And I'd have to say this is a very different track compared to the other ones that we have in FDJ, where there's walls, there's things that gets close, there's uphills and downhills, elevation change. It's very technical, so I'm guessing that it wouldn't be the usuals that are going to be winning all the time here. It might be something, there might be like a little mix-up in who's going to be on the podium too, which I'm looking forward to, as well as our points ranking, series ranking top qualifiers and top contenders making it to the top.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a big question mark who's going to always make it to the top, but looking forward to it.
And like you were saying, the mix-up, this is huge. We went from Sugo, which was an extremely huge track, and now here we are on this small
はい、
track.
こちらピットのマリリンです。カンタ選手のピントにお邪魔してます。カンタ選手はですね、これまで単走優勝を2回されてるんですけれども、まだ勝ちがないということなんですけれども、ただ今シーズンかなり調子が良くて、シーズンランキングでは今3位とかなり好調なんですけれども、今回にかける意気込みあったらお聞かせいただけください。
はい、YouTube をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは、カンタです。いつも応援のコメントありがとうございます。ですね、そうなんですよ、勝ちがなくて、今シリーズランキングは3位なんですけど、はい、そうですね、まずこの後の予選、しっかり皆さんにいい走りを見せたいと思いますので、しっかり残って明日は、勝ちを目指して優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。応援お願いします。
はい、試合バッチリなカンタ選手でした。ピットからは以上です。
All right, so thank you. That was Marina there. She does her pit reports. She did ask a question to our current points leader, Kanta. He qualified first twice already this year, but he has no wins, but he's sitting in third in the championship. How does he feel about that, about today? And he said, hello, everybody, and thank you for always leaving great comments and also supporting him. And yes, he hasn't won any events yet. He's third place in the ranking right now, but he's hoping to do good in the qualifying today, put him in a good position, which is going to put him in a good situation for tomorrow. So he said hopefully he can get the win tomorrow. So very, very humble, subtle comment by this young driver. I think he's only like 22 or something like that.
Yeah.
Great driver.
And the big thing he mentioned out there was the viewers out online that are checking him out. He says thank you. He reads your comments and he appreciates everything and all the support that you give him. That's one thing I caught from it.
Checking him out? Like,
no,
so.
I'm not checking him out. My little bit of understanding of what he said out of that, that's what I caught.
Yes, so here you are. You see us on the judging stand. We're high up here. We're elevated. We see everything from the top, but we do have cameras at the outside zone 1 in some areas where we can look closer for any tire dips, any kind of mistakes that the drivers can do, and also great runs. So we're looking forward to seeing a lot of that. But let's go ahead and start off our qualifying here at the 2022 Formula Drift Japan Okuibuki round. This is going to be car number 55, Toshiharu Kazama, long-time veteran in the drifting world, owner of the Kazama Auto Service and his team over here, which has like 10,000 drivers.
Yeah, right now they got 7
presence.
this round. So yeah, he's with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles in the S15. Mean Machine 2J under the hood. Here he is coming into the 3-2-1, into that wall right there to outer zone. Oh! No. Woo.
Ooh.
That is a...
Oh man, he looks like he came in really, really hot.
There's a view right there, just the whole rear end.
Oh man. Hey, you know what? But I'm just saying, I saw this car up close. You could probably see it on my YouTube channel too. I just introduced this car where it was, one of the more subtle built cars. Just a lot of, well thought things into the car. But there's not many things on the back, so I'm not going to say that it's body damage, but I'm not going to say that it's a huge major frame damage maybe. So he might have been lucky because we do have, the sponge barrier out there, and also he went in it backwards, which probably helped out than going in it sideways or forward.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm not going to lie. So I've seen him practice all day long, and that's probably the hottest he's came into outer zone 1.
He was booking.
He was trying to make a statement here starting out, but man, that's not the statement he probably wanted, and we didn't really want to see. Unfortunately, we look at that. Coming out of the car, he's looking okay and safe. That's the biggest thing, the biggest concern that we have. And you can see his crew, very busy crew. They have 7 cars out here at this event that they're supporting, so they're very, very busy.
Man, and I remember talking to him about this. He was mentioning the wall here, and he was like, I don't know about Okuibuki, because he wasn't looking forward to the round because of the wall,
Yeah.
But unfortunate for Kazama, he is going to get an incomplete for his first run. Hopefully he can spring back for a second run, get his car fixed and situated. Yeah.
You can see right there, assessing the damage quick, because they got only about 50-something cars that they're going to be going through, so he has to come back to the line. But right there, getting his tires warmed up, it's going to be our next qualifier. It's going to be number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro. He's in the Isen Good Ride JZX 100 Mark II.
And I think Meguro skipped around or something like that, but he came back. It's a new paint job. It looks very similar to how it was before, but it's beautiful. It's got flakes. It's a really cool color. So if you ever have a chance to go and look at it closely, you might want to swing by the pits.
Yeah, it definitely has a beautiful flake clear to it. It was black originally, just like it is, but it has that nice shine to it now. So we'll see how he's going to do. He's been coming in real aggressive through this track. We'll see how he's going to do on his first qualifying run. And here he is coming through the 3-2-1. Coming in, leaving outer zone 1 just a little early there. Well, right there, this is that flick that they got to get and carry it all the way through. Looks like he had a little bit of a struggle halfway through outer zone 2. But yeah, leaving outer zone 2 to that outer zone 3, that's where you're going to see they're not supposed to have a correction or another initiation into that zone. They're going to have to try to carry it all the way through outer zone 3 and then into that outer zone 4.
Yeah, I'd have to say not fully committed going into the outside zone 1. Really waiting for the safe time to come around to get back on gas. So right here, too many corrections trying to keep the guard going. So I would have to say not too smooth of a run by Meguro. But I guess that is a score right there on the board. He does miss quite a few of the outside zones right there, including the outside zone 1. Leaves outside zone 3 a little earlier than he was anticipating, I think. So
Here's some action drone footage right here coming around. I see the scores coming in off the viewers online.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, you guys are so good that I could just sit here and talk and then have everybody give us the score here.
But now keep in mind, Robbie only carries 40 of those points. Because your style, right?
I have no style, but yes, I do judge
there you
style.
Go.
Robbie has no style.
Well worded. There he is, 62 for his first qualifier run for Meguro.
Yeah, 62. Yeah, I mean, every round is always like in the 80s or something to be in the safe zone. But 62 might be a little hard to make it into the top 32, especially with like 60 cars waiting to get in.
And here you go, coming all the way from Okinawa, you have number 18, Tetsuya Iha in the Kartis Okinawa with Nor 200 Series Crown.
Yes, this car is a beauty because you never ever see this drifting, only at the FDJ rounds.
So before he starts, a scary thing is 2 seasons ago, he actually made the same mistake as Kazama, came too hot into that zone. So hopefully he's gonna hold it together. This car is well built. He's been tearing it up during practice, but here he is coming through the 3-2-1 to outer zone 1. Nice deep into outer zone 1 right there. Now let's see if he can handle it through the last 3 zones, ripping into outer zone 3 here. Nice job in outer zone 3. Could have shown a little bit more aggressive flair, but overall he hit the zones and he put his car where he wanted it to be.
Yeah, so very similar run to Meguro in my opinion, but I didn't, I'm just going over it here. I think very similar run in style-wise, but it looks like he's on a better line than Meguro was. Right there, he's on the edge of the outside zone 3 as well, but he does have a rough time leaving outside zone 3. A very similar way of initiation where it's a kind of a lazy, slow drag, waiting until he's cleared, doesn't get back on throttle until he way passes outside zone 1. So as a style judge, the commitment part of it's kind of missing. But there is a score there, so let's see what the other judges have to say as well.
Yeah, that hesitation to get back on, but we'll see. Here's the action shot right here, the chase drone. You can see the incline right there that they're coming up on.
See it right here, then he waits, gets on gas right there. So that's past outside zone 1. And you're coasting basically. We don't want to see cars coasting. We want to see open throttle all the time. And open throttle meaning the car's going to want to go forward. Then you got to kick a lot of angle.
Boom, 78 for his first qualify run.
So there you go. The total right there, he got a 21 online, but he got a high angle score. Which is Taniguchi. So that's a 28 out of 30. So that's a very good angle score by Iha.
Next at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village Up JZX 100 Mark II.
He is a driver that moved up from the Formula Drift FDJ 2 series from last year, first year competing. So he's a rookie, and yeah, there's a big difference in car builds, and there's a lot of veterans in FDJ. So that's where he looks like he's struggling, but hopefully he gets as comfortable as possible. Looking at his practice, he's starting to do better and better. So let's see what he's going to do first qualify.
Here he is coming through the 3-2-1, already early in initiation at the 3 call, coming around to outer zone 2 here, carrying it through outer zone 2. Very subtle flick back in that outer zone 3. The judges really want to see that hard flick moving outer zone 2 into outer zone 3. Let's see this replay. While we're looking at this replay, yeah, huge change is that finish line. That finish line used to be across the bridge on the other side. Now it's cut short because the pits are now located up top rather than down below. Miss right there. That is bumper in outer zone 1. It could have been deeper in outer zone 1 and 2. And then there you go, totally missing outer zone 3.
Yeah, so I would have to say the commitment level is a little bit better than what we've seen the previous runs. But at the same time, the fluidity, like the car coming out of outside zone 3 smoothly, did not happen.
And speaking of this, so you can see his line, how he ran it. So last event at FDJ2, Robbie and I went ahead and measured the course. And you give an explanation. You have the
Exactly. So when you see the track from the outside, I went for, at the FDJ2 round after the straightaway. I started there, used the measure, and walked all around the track where the outside zone is, where the rear tire can go to, then that was 231 meters. I'm not going to convert it right now, but then I went 2 meters in, which is about a car width, and I did the same thing as a smaller line. That was 208 meters. So that's 22 meters. You're driving through the same track, but by that different line, you're losing 22 meters. So running a smaller line, actually you're running a shorter distance. That's like almost 5 car lengths. So when you're tandeming, if you're running a smaller line, that means you're driving a shorter distance, and obviously you can catch up.
Exactly. There you go, 65 for his first qualifying run. I wanted him to explain that so you guys get a better understanding of why they stress that these guys have to ride that back line.
All right, so after, the next driver up was supposed to be car number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi, but he is going to be sitting out for his first run. He's going to do his second run, hopefully. So
it looks like next at the line is going to be number 17, Jin Horino. Horino rocking this brand new build right here in the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing.
Yeah, and then he was a #1 qualifier here last year too in the race. So, yep. Oh, I'm sorry, he was first place.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was actually Yamato, but here he is, Horino ripping around outer zone 1. Beautiful job. BR-powered S15 ripping into outer zone 3. We saw him last weekend. He gave us a little bit of a frustrated conversation of how his car's giving him issues, but looks like he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good, but like you were saying about the car issues, he still has car issues today, and he's kind of frustrated about that. Right there, nice initiation. Had to wait till mid area to get back on throttle. Right here too, kind of waiting for him to settle. Right there, had to pause a little bit to get back on gas and didn't go full throttle or not much commitment coming out of outside zone 3. So that might affect him on the score right there. And here you go right there. It's easy to see when you see the car with a lot of angle going into the outside zones and the transitions with a thick smoke trail going throughout. I mean, I'm saying smoke trail right now because it's dry. Then you could tell when the driver is on gas. Like right here, he doesn't get on gas until a little bit later of outside zone 1. Does a good job through outside zone 2, but the line is he's not all the way out. He had to kind of wait to get back on gas outside zone 3 as well. So getting back on throttle, running an outside line, flicking the car as hard as possible, and running a lot of angle. That's the key areas that we're going to be looking at. But here you go. That's a 79 by Horino.
Not bad. Leading right now, 79, our lead score right now, early on this qualifying. But next up at the line is going to be number 46, Yasuhiro Takaki, and his T-Square with Good Ride Tack-In 180SX.
And I'll tell you right now, I'm the style judge, but I'm going to be very picky at the initiation and the transition a lot, because that's where you kind of got to throw it in and give it all. You can't be too careful. Being too careful means being a little boring.
Here he is, coming through 2, we're coming real high into outer zone 1. Oh, able to save it, ripping back around. Just dipping a tire right there, ripping into outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 here. Nice transition there, dipping a little bit of tire by lit. Gonna be a little affected off the outer zone 2, but man.
All right, so you raised your voice because that was exciting. He did go off, you know, that was a tire off or 2, let's say at outside zone 1, but that was very exciting because he was fully committed. It's just kind of too bad that, you know, he kind of threw it all the way after that. Right there, that's a little too out, but man, look at the angle, getting back on throttle. He was waiting for it to settle too, but I think that was because of a lot of commitment. Right there, man, that's a waste.
Yeah, he kind of threw it all away coming into the outer zone 2, or outer zone 3. He kind of misjudged it, wasn't able to carry it all the way through. But man, that is the excitement and flair we want to see coming into that outer zone 1. So we'll see what the judges have, see how big that outer zone 3 affected his final score. And there you go, that's right outside of outer zone 1, the spectator stand. And behind them is where we have all our vendors booth. And we also had, at halftime, we had FMX team out here doing some stunts. But there you go, you could see SR powered under that hood. And there you go, 61 for his first qualify run.
But man, I mean, that's pretty good for a big screw up because that was really exciting to see. So hopefully he could come back and land that outside zone 1 run that he did for a second run.
Exactly. Next, right there at the line, ready to go is number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama, and his DSL.com JZX 100 Chaser.
This is another explosive driver that can kind of come out, and he has the skills, he has the car. It's just that he can't usually land that explosive run on the qualifying. Hopefully he could do that today.
Exactly. But look at that wing, man. That's from another planet. That thing's huge coming around. Let's see how he can carry this big old 4-body JZX through this course. And here he is coming into outer zone 1. Nice job. Settling in a little bit, waiting and getting right back on it. Coming into outer zone 2, transitioning around to here, outer zone 3. Not bad. Outer zone 3. And finishing strong through that outer zone 4.
Yeah, so just as you're saying right now too, I'm not going to say that was fully committed and also not as clean. It wasn't smooth. It was a little sloppy. Right here, initiation. Doesn't open the throttle all the way. You see the tires moving, but as you can see, he doesn't light it up because he's unsure, obviously. It doesn't light it up until he's mid of outside zone 3. A little bit of wavering here and there on the overall. So I would have to say not the cleanest run by Sasayama.
Yeah, he was trying to let the momentum of the car carry itself through the zone and not shortchange himself in that the line. But unfortunately, that's definitely going to affect him in that style aspect. But yeah, as short as this course may seem, man, the attention and flair and technicalities that it has is insane. Because at the end of the day, yes, we do like speed, we do like that kind of dynamic that we had at Sugo, but here we are with the technicalities where they're jumping or coming across the bridge and fighting walls.
So this is a weird way to compare it, but I'd rather see a 10. Oh, here you go.
There you go, 76.
So Sasayama got a 76. Let me go ahead and explain that again. It's almost like saying I'd rather see a kid throw a ball as hard as possible than an adult seeing them toss it. You know what I mean? Like
his analogy. Hey, you could comment on it, but that just went over my head.
You know what I mean? Like it. I like the. It looks like they're trying harder. I don't want to see people just kind of like chilling and relaxing. I want to see people working for it, you know. And I don't want to give out a good score unless you're really going for it.
And another thing is to see this uphill right here. So Okuibuki last year, they actually redid it. The walls, obviously, you can tell they're brand new, but they widened that area. So it's a lot better for tandems, and it's a lot easier for these cars to take extreme approaches. But here we are, Kenichi Takashima right there coming up. In his Team Eco Auto Ken with Hirama Tire Good Ride, JZX 100 Chaser. Struggling a little bit coming into that outer zone 3 there. Just grazing that wall through that outer zone 4.
All right, so I would have to say the past few cars have been kind of similar to me for the commitment level. I think it looks like Takashima has a little bit more commitment than some of the drivers at the outside zone 1, but there's a lot of wavering and changing in angle and stuff like that approaching outside zone 4 and stuff. So I would have to say I guess it would be an average run. I don't know what the line judge and the angle judge is going to give him, but very subtle run. Not a whole.
I mean, it's a no-brainer, like you said. You got to piece the whole track together. You can't just be good in one area and then not the rest. That's where practice comes into play.
Yeah.
They had all day yesterday and this morning to practice and piece the whole entire track together.
Yeah. So the best driver would be good everywhere.
There you go. 78 for his first qualifier run. So it looks like the upper 70s is not really going to be the safe zone because a lot of people are landing right in that area.
I hope somebody comments about voice crack.
Did I voice crack?
I don't know, maybe you did.
That was your mic cracking, actually.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. I want to see a very exciting, like, just what Kazama did on his first run, but keep it in the track.
Exactly. So next up is number 41, Shinichi Uemura with the Team Ito Auto, Uemura Sangyo, and the JZX 100 Chaser.
Hey, Uemura as well, you know, just like the other drivers too, he has a chance to do really well in the qualifying because I've seen him do really good before. And at practice too, so hopefully he can do that for this qualifying.
And here he is. I'm a big fan of that kid right there, holding it on to it just right there. Through outer zone 1, but unable to get right back on it. And was a little too concerned possibly through that outer zone 1, but here he is finishing off strong, just tapping that wall, approaching outer zone 4.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an incomplete because that's an unchaseable run. That's a huge stall at the outside zone 1. It looked really good at the beginning, right until the middle of outside zone 1. Right there, looked really good, really good. Then pretty much that was I would have to say that's a major straightening, but if there was a car behind, there's no way they can chase it. So I'm sorry, but we're going to have to give him an incomplete because of it's an unchaseable lead.
And right at the end, you saw that nice little wall kiss that he gave. Here you go. Look at that hard flick right there.
It must be nerves because some of these drivers do super good during practice.
I'm not going to lie, though. Practice, that wall and that zone took a lot of cars. Some extensive damage, some no damage at all, but
it's intimidating.
It's very intimidating coming uphill full throttle, and you have to be able to judge when you can initiate because the uphill battle, it takes a lot of your momentum away entering into the outer zone 1. So it's a lot of that, and it is nerve-wracking too because I was right there in the zone, and it ain't a fun zone to be in.
Danger zone. Right.
Next up is number 448, Yoshi Asaki in the Origin Labo Racing S15. This one is powered by an SR, still making it happen, and let's see how he's going to do here coming in through this outer zone 1 and the rest of the track. Here he is coming through outer zone 1 here. Just needs to get right back on it right here, carrying it through to this outer zone 2. Not too bad through that outer zone, and here he is. Trying to manipulate the car a little bit and fill that zone completely. Overall had good zone control, but took a little bit of the fluidity out because he kind of feathered the
he was
pedal.
kind of bobbling coming out of outside zone 3. And I would have to say, I'm not going to say that he's going to get a really high style score, but his line is pretty good, and his angle is pretty good too. So that could actually help him get into the lead, I'm guessing. But let's see what everybody else see. I mean, we're looking at the guesses on the scores and stuff like that too. If you go just from the line and the angle scores, that might be fairly high too. And like I said, it's not as exciting as he should be, but I think that's because of the, the grip level and the car power and all this other stuff. But a very skillful driver, being able to pull off a pretty good run for his first run.
There you go, 79.
See, almost made it.
79. I saw a lot at low 80s, but there's a few high 70 scores that you had out there. So we'll see here if that's going to be enough for him. But this is only the first round of qualifying. We haven't even made it halfway through the list.
Yeah, like I said, there's like 60 cars or something. So we'll be here all day. So if you guys are in the area, make sure you come by and say hello at Okuibuki. I really doubt that any of the foreign people that are listening to the live stream right now is going to be in the area. But just in case, if you are, come by today or tomorrow.
I heard people are going to be coming in a lot easier now. But we'll talk more about that later. Next up is number 125, Yoshihiko Tamagawa in the Car Guy Racing.
Bro, is that a Supra?
Supra. Here he is coming in outer zone 1. Nice job coming up to outer zone 1. Getting right back on it through that zone, into this outer zone 2. Brushing the tire right into that zone, and there he is controlling himself all the way on that far edge of that zone for outer zone 3 and outer zone 4.
He didn't get back on throttle right away, but very smooth, and the rate of angle going from one way to the other, he just set himself and he just went. So I have to say it's a very smooth run, very great job by Tamagawa. Right there, a little late on the initiation.
Oh yeah, I see some of y'all out there watching from Okinawa. Be safe out there. Yes, I was talking about it earlier on, I think, the live for the Formula Japan Instagram. And yeah, there's a pretty bad typhoon out there in Okinawa. So hopefully you're being safe out there, and hopefully we can keep you company through all that rain. And hopefully we don't get the rain or the R word.
87 points. There you go. Like we
Boom,
said,
leader.
Very nice run by Tamagawa. Like me being picky on the style, if I could see him get on gas a little bit or get on throttle a little bit more earlier on outside zone 1, because he started almost midway, and also after the transition after outside zone 2, that would be.
Yeah, and I love the commitment that he brought from the 3-2-1 cone into the outer zone. High intensity, ready to go. But like you said, next time if he gets right back on it, that's going to just make his score go up a lot higher. So there you go, 87 for him. But right there at the line, ready to go is number 808, Manabu Fujinaka, in his Awa Tire Japan Environment Development Racing FD3 3-rotor right here, ripping through in the outer zone 1. Nice job. I ain't gonna have to say much because I can't top past this rotary engine here. Here he is. Oh, he just lost it, stalled up there in outer zone 3.
What just happened? Because that was looked like it was gonna be a pretty good run following Tamagawa here. Actually, even better, because look at where he gets back on throttle right here. Right when he gets into the outside zone, he's already on it, lining up the tires. Nice angle, and just right here, man, this has to be car setup and steering angles.
I don't know, because he's been doing a good job during practice. Like, he was doing phenomenal runs, and I don't know what right there caused him to over-rotate too much. I mean...
Well, this is just my opinion, but I really think that a lot of the J drivers, their cars can't hold angle. They're really good at doing it once if there's a lot of force coming back from the towards the back of the car. But carrying it through, like going through large corners with high angle, it seems like the car's not set up as well as the foreign cars that I see in the US or in Europe. So
all right, well, this next driver up, let's see how he's going to carry his angle. He built his car. Let's see how he's going to do. Number 80, Yuta Komatsu in the Komatsu Racing Lexus IS.
Yep, only few Lexuses that are driving in professional drifting series all over the world, and this is probably one of them. Looking forward to seeing. This is a 4-door one. Yeah, I don't think there's any other ISs.
And yeah, a huge thing is he put new headlights. So a little bit of a facelift on the headlight. Looks very aggressive. Here he is coming aggressive into outer zone 1. Could have got right back on it, but here he is filling that zone to outer zone 2. Let's see this transition into this outer zone 3 here. Leaving a little early out of that outer zone 3, but it could have been a little deeper through that last zone.
Yeah, so very similar to some of the earlier cars that we saw. He was hesitant on getting back on throttle, like right here. Kind of does it, e-brakes does it. So that's a lot of adjustment there during the outside zone 1. Does okay in outside zone 2, but right here, not a quick flick. Same thing as outside zone 1. A lot of adjustment going on. Would like to see more throttle and smoothness.
Yeah, it could be the drivers just trying to get a run in the book so then they can come back their second go and really throw down. It's kind of the safe mentality to play, but we'll see if this is going to continue throughout the listing, because the lower we get in the runs, the more, I guess, intense the drivers get, and they just throw it out on the line. There you go, 73 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, but I don't want to see that from the get-go.
I know, but, you know, you just can't have what you want every time.
Okay. Gotcha. So we can't have everything we want all the time, but let's go ahead and see what he can deliver to show you guys what's up. This is R35 GTR, Liberty Walk, LB Silhouette Works, GTR R35 from LB Racing. Car number 4, Tetsuya Hibino, the veteran. The car is not developed at all, and he doesn't drive it so much, but they are here to fight.
4-rotor with a monster turbo. This thing is a massive car to be throwing around this track. And here he is throwing it real early through that 3-cone right there. And then in outer zone 1, we're right back on it. Listen to this motor rip right here through outer zones 2 and 3. Getting right back on it into the zone, filling that zone out of the way. Oh, and just nudging his wing right there on that wall.
Yeah, so talking about a lot of throttle there, he does have to do a lot of adjustments going through outside zone 3, but right here, I like that, how he flips it out, gets back on throttle early on in outside zone 1, and it doesn't look like the car wants to throw a lot of angles, so you have to be really careful. Maybe it's because of the weight of the car, but it keeps it pretty smooth going through outside zone 3. Then boom, look at that. A lot of commitment going through the outside zone 4. Really like the way he is handling the car right now.
And Robbie, I know you've driven this car before. This was one of your last cars that you drove competitively. With the size and everything, how hard is it compared to the previous cars that you drove to flip it back around on a tight track like this?
Well, like Hibino's car, I know the development of it, they're still going through those stages.
Okay.
But I know his steering kit and everything isn't complete. And he's struggling on that, so he has to pretty much keep the car within a certain angle, or the car's gonna, you know, straighten up,
yeah.
or it's gonna try to spin out. So he has to keep it within that. So I'm not gonna say there was like a super crazy amount of angle through the track, but he did really well. He did very well for what he has, and also, like you said, the sound is amazing. The car looks good. Driving a big car, heavy car, yes, you gotta. Oh, there you go, 89.
Our points leader right now.
Man, underdeveloped car still got an 89.
Man, I remember when he debuted the S15 4-rotor twin turbo last year, he took first in qualify. And there you go, there's his team right there cheering him on. Probably one of the deepest teams we have coming out at every single event, supporting him.
Yeah, 89 looks like that's gonna be enough to keep a position for the top 32.
Yeah, and speaking of Liberty Walk, come check them out. They got a booth set up. I think they got their infamous R34 coupe out there set
with
up.
the L engine in it, yeah.
So come check them out. But right now, come check this guy out right here at the line, number 93, Monkey Ito at the Team Hirano Tires JZX 100 Chaser. Let's see if he can carry this flare on in his run. Here he is coming through the chicane up the hill. Entering into this 3-2-1 zone right here. Outer zone 1, knocking that one cone out. Here he is, ripping around. Deep into the outer zone 2, trying to carry it all the way out to that deep edge of outer zone 3, but not quite as deep as he wanted, but nice job committing through that outer zone 4 and the finish.
So I would have to say he did a fairly, Ito did a fairly well job throughout the track as a style judge. Yes, there has to be a little bit more flair and a little bit more commitment right there. He does have to get off throttle for a minute during outside zone 1, so I'm not going to say that was full commitment, but I would have to say it was a very clean, smooth run by him, so it's going to be above average for sure. So really depends on what the line and angle judge is going to give him. A very clean run by Ito.
See what the judges have to say, and right there you could see how they cross the bridge over that stream. That's like a 25-foot drop, I want to say, right on the other side of that wall.
Oh, you know what? Later, there's a skateboard down there that I saw. I want to go and pick it up later.
There you go, 80 for his first qualify run, and that was about random. I thought you were going to say you're going to ride it down the hill or what. There was no...
No, I just want to go and see what kind of board it is.
Oh, there you go.
But yes, Ito got an 80. I'm not sure where the safe zone is, and I do not want to promise that either, just because of the way everything's been going. But here's another exciting driver here. This is Ikuo Saito. I seen his practice runs earlier. He looked like he had it down.
He's with the Motis Good Ride with West Auto, JZX 100, Motis Chaser.
And yes, there are a lot of JZXs because we're in Japan. There is a lot of 2Js.
Yeah, no V8s in this series, unfortunately. I keep telling all the drivers someone to bring it out here. So we'll see. Here he is. Nice job through outer zone 1. Kind of messing with the throttle, leaving that zone. But here he is, transitioning over to this outer zone 3, filling that full back edge of outer zone 3. Nice job there in outer zone 3. And ripping through that finish.
There you go, kind of similar to what Ito did earlier. And it's funny when you see cars, like the similar cars with similar setups. they do kind of drive similarly too. Line, angle, and how they have to give throttle. Depends on tire grip and stuff like that as well. But right here, it looks like he's a little bit more, he's a little tighter on the line, I would say. But I'm not the line judge, so I'm not going to tell you which is better or not. But as the style judge, I would have to say very similar to what I just saw earlier with Ito. So let's see what he does get for his score for his first run.
Nice finish right there by him. But there you go, 81 for his first qualify run.
Man, I said similar. Man, I sound like a judge.
Really?
Yeah.
You sound like Robbie Nishida to me. But here we are. Next up is number 963 in Daichi Mizutani and the Mizutani Motors Mariosa Racing S15. Sorry, I messed that up.
Mizutani Motors Marusho Racing.
There you go.
Let the J guy say it.
There you go.
Step aside.
Here he is, ready to go. So he had an SR, upgraded to a 2J. Look at this thing rocketing through the 3, 2, 1 into the outer zone 1. Oh!
See, that's
Man, early on, seeing how fast he was approaching that outer zone 1.
So once again, that's the part where you have to be committed if you're going to do it. You have to throw more angle and get back on gas. Let the rear rotate around so you can turn around the track with angle. Right here, let's go ahead and check this out. This is the drone footage. Chasing the car down, nice way initiated. Then man, he kept going to the left, kept going to the right of the track, more towards the outside. He could not rotate the rear around to use the angle to slow the car down going into the outside zone 1, which is what we want to see.
If those barriers were not there, that ditch would have consumed his car.
Yes, that ditch or a river or what you want to call it would have consumed a lot of cars if we didn't have these sponge barriers. But we are looking forward. The number one thing is safety, obviously, but we do want to make sure that the track is going to be a little bit, exciting to watch as well. So too bad for Mizutani. Hopefully he can come back for a second run and lay down a solid run for a score.
There's the Formula Japan track crew cleaning everything up, setting everything back up. Must say the weather is very beautiful. Robbie and I are very well, I guess this is home because we've been here back-to-back weekends. We actually stay up by the track. There's a
there's some dorms up there for the ski instructors that they have, because this area is a ski resort during the winter. So they have dorms there. We rent those dorms and we're basically staying there. So it's almost like a Boy Scout camp around. I'm not gonna say.
So we're just kind of hanging out. No, last event we had a barbecue. That was a good time. So we kind of
this time, it was supposed to rain, so I didn't bring any burgers and hot dogs, which I'm regretting, because every time I do that, that's when they decide to not rain, and we could have done that last night.
Exactly. So now Robbie gets to enjoy the good old Obento meals, which he's a fan favorite.
Yeah, but the cool part is when we have to meet at 6 at the track in the morning, I could leave at 5:58, and I'm here at 6.
Yeah.
So I don't have to use. It's an hour down to Society from here, 45 minutes to an hour, so it's very far. So I guess we're saving time by staying up here. Very comfortable to be here. I'd have to say I was lying about being comfortable, but
he really is.
We have squeaky pipe beds to sleep on, but you know what? Hey, I'm not complaining.
Go check out his social media. You could see it.
It's like so. Oh.
But yeah, no, it's not bad being up here. We can
They're
get up a little
They're
later.
trying to look at the camera every time it's switching over, but they're missing. There you go. Oh.
I just stopped paying attention to it. But here, next up, let's pay attention to this driver right here. This young buck coming up, number 771, Hiroya Minoa. He's now 13 years old in the Team Cusco Racing GR Yaris. So y'all know him from the A90 Supra. But here he is, bringing out this Yaris. And, he says he likes it. So we're going to see how much he likes it and how much he can throw this thing into the zone.
All right, so let's see what this young driver can do.
There you go, in the 3-2-1, nice job carrying it through. Not quite on it right there through that zone, but here he is ripping around, filling out in zone 2 beautifully. And man, the big trick here is there's not much of a rear bumper on the Yaris, so he really has to send the car into those zones.
All right, like I said, the key to this track is the commitment area going into outside zone 1 and outside zone 3. And I would have to say Minoa did his best to lay down a score, but right there a little bit dragging the e-brake a little too long outside zone 1. Getting back on track, and it looks like he does a good job outside zone 2, but he doesn't throw it all the way out to the outside zone 3, and it looks like he has to adjust himself leaving outside zone 3 as well. So I'd have to say that would be a fairly average score by the style judge, but
I'm not gonna lie. Hands down to make an adjustment driving one vehicle full half of the season, and here he is halfway through the season, changing. I think within a week or two ago, making the change to this car. And
oh yeah, I heard that they went testing in a small parking lot and they decided to make the change. So this is pretty much the first time he's really driving the car. But this kid's got talent because he's jumping into an A90 Supra. Now he's jumping into this Yaris, which is not a familiar car in the drifting scene. And he's laying down a solid run here at Okuibuki with all these walls around him. So very, very impressive driving.
Yeah. But if you guys follow him on social media and stuff, you know he has a huge support system. I mean, there you go, 77 for his first qualify run. But I mean, his dad, Shinji Minoa, finished, I believe, 3rd, was it last year?
I think he was a runner-up.
Yeah, okay, 2nd then. But there he is. He finished 2nd last year, and then his mom's in FDJ2 also competing. So both pro drivers competing. And here you go, Hidoi Minoa throwing down a 77, but we'll have to see what he's going to do for his 2nd qualify run.
And I think they still had some mechanical issues on that car too, so they're fighting that as well. But let's see what they're going to do for the 2nd run. But now it is Ryo Okabe's turn, driving the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Mark II, car number 88. So this is another FDJ2 driver that moved up, so he's a rookie in the series.
Here he is coming through this 3-2-1. Nice job carrying it up. Let's see if he's going to get right back on it. Not quite deep into that outer zone 1. Could have been a lot deeper, but here he is trying to button up the rest of the track, getting in that deep line of outer zone 3 and then here into outer zone 4.
So same thing, it doesn't look like he makes it all the way out to the outside zone, but commitment-wise and the fluidity-wise, very similar to a lot of the other drivers where he kind of waits till he's in the safe zone to get back on throttle. Doesn't do it earlier where it's kind of scary or dangerous, let's say. But in the rest of the area too, same. RPM drops at outside zone 3. It doesn't look like he lights up the tires so much because he's kind of waiting for the car and RPM to raise. So I would have to say fluidity-wise as well. Very average run, but maybe that is his plan to get a score in for his first run to just get by and try to come in to do something crazy for his 2nd run. A lot of these drivers do that, so.
Let's see this chase run right here. So yeah, this is all new, bringing the chase drone in.
And as you
and
mentioned
I mentioned something, it freezes up, so that's my apologies. I'll just stop talking now. We are located up in the mountains too, so I mean, the whole reception and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
Plays an effect.
Excuse me.
Here we go, 73 for his first qualify run.
So yeah, it looks like the scores are kind of settling in the 70s, being on the lower side. So I really don't know who's going to make it into the top 32, so excited to see what's going to happen. But let's go ahead and talk about the next driver.
This is a very exciting driver, fan favorite. I'm waiting to see all the Brazilian flags on the chat, but here you go, number 555, Yukio Fausto with a Side X Japan with Liberty Walk, S15, and here he is coming in. I talked to him, he threw some bangers, and here he is coming into outer zone 1, getting right back on it, here into that outer zone 2, deep into that outer zone 2, flipping back around into this outer zone 3, committing to it, just a little shallow through the outer zone 3, but getting right back on it into that outer zone 4. So
All
let's
right.
see this replay.
Same thing. Commitment is there. Very committed on a lot of the areas, but fluidity-wise, right here, committed, but can't get fully committed until he passes a certain area. But I like the way he flicks the car to full angle. Right here too, not smooth, connecting outside zone 2 to 3, or the going through the outside zone 3 area. So I would have to say the commitment level. I mean, but it's still.
Here you go, the hard flick back through outer zone 3. But yeah, he had the flicks he had were very nice, but he was unable to get that car to carry itself all the way deep into those zones.
Yeah, so just imagine if it was smoother and if it was, how can I say it? If it was calculated a little bit more with this commitment, that's where those are the runs that I want to give a full score for this style.
You can see right there how shallow he was into that outer zone 3. So we'll see what the judges have for his score and what's going to be tallied up for him. Got a nice breeze going on, can't complain about that. Definitely, since it kind of clears the smoke. But there you go, 76 for his first qualify run.
Ooh. So very tough on the line. And there were adjustments and angles because of, you know, the stalls and the fluidity side of it. But you know what? He has a lot. He has a lot of score. He left a lot of score on the table that he can go and get for the second run. So let's see what he's going to do for the second run.
All right, next up at the line is going to be number 19, Yuichi Amagai in the Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style S15. Here we are. Let's see how Amagai's going to do here. Tearing this course up, coming into outer zone 1. Just kind of feathering the gas through that outer zone 1. And here he is. Just kind of waiting and let his car settle into that outer zone 3, but leaving outer zone 3, moving on to that outer zone 4, very committed.
So, a couple areas very similar to a lot of the guys where right here there's an adjustment in the middle of the outside zone 1 where there's an extra e-brake pull where it's going to be a point deduction for the style judge. And also right here, having to wait until he's settled, then getting back on throttle also doesn't show the commitment that he should be, or he should have. So.
Here's the drone footage right here. And you can see the smoke trail stop for an extensive amount of time coming into the start of that outer zone 3, just not committing himself to that zone, just trying to find his car and settle his car deep into the zone. Here's that chase footage coming around. Not quite deep enough into that outer zone 1, but able to carry it through into outer zone 2. But here you go, outer zone 3, just waiting and settling his car before he gets back on it.
Yeah. The run that, oh, there you go, 79. The run that we want to see, when you see it, and when there's that run within this first qualifying run, I'll tell you that that's the run that we want to see. Because everybody's getting closer and closer to it, but not as quite there yet. So hopefully they can pull that off on the second run. All right, this guy almost ran over our fellow commentator Kenny over here, because Kenny was standing in the danger zone, and car number 212, Ryutaro Oe, actually drove through in between the sponge barriers.
I actually had to run out. If I was staying where I was, he would have hit me. But yeah, hey, he was doing his hardest, and here he is coming in with some heat into this outer zone 1. Nice job committing to it, riding that fine line right there, but not completely committing and getting right back on the gas. But here he is, ripping through. Oh! Unfortunately, looking like he hit 3 tires in that zone.
Yeah, that looks like 3. We're gonna have to go in.
But nah, we talked after, and I said no hard feelings. You're just doing what you're doing, being aggressive, and that's what it's all about. You just made my butt pucker a little whenever you came charging at me full speed.
Yeah, so right here, fairly good. Had to pause that outside zone 1. Then the commitment level was nice, going to outside zone 3, but a little bit too wide. And it looks like he's 3 tires off at outside zone 1. His front left tire was out. and it was barely out too, so we're going to have to give him an incomplete. And a lot of people would see this as, hey, why is that a 0? That was a pretty cool run. It's cool, but you have to do it within the track. I mean, this isn't just an open parking lot where you can go and do whatever you want, anywhere you want. So you have to make sure that you're staying within the track.
Sorry, I was busy. I was trying to count the exact amount of drivers. Looks like we have 48 competitors this time around. Next at the line is going to be number 38, Tadahito Fukada in the Tanabe SSR Team Dunlop with Well JZX 100 Mark II. He was actually our guest judge last week for FDJ2. Now here he is on the other side of the fence as a competitor. We'll see how he does here.
He's known to drive very smooth, so let's go and check that out.
Here he is coming in real smooth into that outer zone 1. Pretty safe on that, but definitely filled that zone, filling outer zone 2 beautifully. And here he is, holding his car all the way out to fill that zone. And I mean, like you said, he was smooth with it, but he didn't have that aggressive, crazy flair that some of us want to see.
And you're right, it's, how can I say it? Like you said, it's smooth, very smooth. That's why the fluidity level is very high. But right here, there is no hard flicks. He's just kind of skating around on the tracks. There's no hard flicks going into the outside zones as well.
And another thing about Fukada is he's our day 1 driver. He's still here sticking around. He's been here since day 1 of Formula Drift Japan and making it happen. And look at that, still driving pretty phenomenally.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good lead and chase driver.
But I'm going to have to say this is probably going to be a fairly good run because, I mean, he was pretty tight on the outside line.
Dude,
a good angle. Yeah, there you go, 82 points. All right, so right now, give us a slight minute because they are going over the lines because, you know, it's kind of disappearing. So we have the paint laid down first, and what we're going to do is we're going to go over it with chalk. So let's go ahead and go to Marina's pit report. We have an interview in a minute. So look at these guys chalking the track, but let's go ahead and go to Marina-chan.
はい、こちらピットのマリリンです。ちょっと気になるマシンチェックということで、増山選手のピットにお邪魔してます。ということでですね、早速質問させていただきたいんですけれども、増山選手の車種のエンジン形式、馬力、そして車重をお聞かせください。
僕の乗ってる GR ヤリスには、2J ジェットが乗っていて、馬力はだいたい900馬力出たら嬉しいなって感じですね。車重はちょっとわからないんですけど、僕はずっと乗ってる S15 とかと比べたらすごい軽いんですよね。だからすごい速いですよ。
はい、かなり軽くなってるということで、この車に関してなんですけど、ここがちょっとすごい自慢ポイントはありますか？
そうですね、まずこの車、今トヨタのディーラーに行けば売ってるじゃないですか。やっぱ現行車っていいですよね。僕の乗ってるシルビアなんかもう25年前の車だし、この車乗ると新車の匂いがするんですよ。まだすごくないですか？あとは僕といえばでかい羽がついてる車に乗ってるっていう人、イメージの人多いと思うんですけど、この車もちゃんとでっかい羽が、大きい羽ついてますよ。
はい、結構なんか YouTube のライブとか見てても、この車で出てきた時に、はい、あ、この車に乗ってるんだみたいな感じの意見がすごく多かったですね。
そうですね、今年の開幕戦の時に乗った車と違うと思うんで、みんな気づいてると思うんですけど、ちょっと第2戦でクラッシュしちゃって、今僕はこの車に乗ってるんですけど、できれば次の岡山までにはまた Z で復活したいなと思ってます。はい。
ということで、今回の意気込みを最後にお聞かせ願えますか？
はい、実はこのコースって僕がフォーミュラ D ジャパンで3年間戦った時、一度もいい思いをしたことがないというか、一度も多分トップ16を超えたことがなくて、 今回はちょっとその雪辱を晴らすためにも予選からいい点数を出して優勝を目指したいと思ってます。はい。まあ厳しいですよね。
応援しております。お時間ありがとうございました。正山選手でした。お返しします。
And here we go, we got Robbie on the translate.
All right, so before we get the next driver up, it's Masayama right there. Engine is 2JZ. He's happy if it's 900 horsepower. It's a GR Yaris, and he said it's very fast. It's lighter than his S15 that he's usually driving. He said it's cool because they still sell it at the dealership in Japan. It smells like a new car. And he said Itzel Sylvia is 25 years old, so his trademark, there's a big wing on it, and the Yaris has a big wing as well. A lot of people are surprised because, you know, he crashed at his second round with the 350Z. Hopefully by Okayama, the 350Z is going to be back. And 3 years, he's been competing FDJ, and he's never done better than top 16 here at Okuibuki, so hopefully he can, but he said it's going to be very hard.
Woo! That's a lot getting us in. But yes, thank you, Robbie, for the translate. If you haven't seen FDJ2, Robbie does both Japanese and English on the live stream because we're on the PA system, so this is nothing new. This is a walk in the park.
Can I take a break now?
No, you can't have a break. You got to judge now. So here we are. Next up for him to judge is going to be number 7, Junji Yamamoto in the 5X2J FD3S. That's right, 2J powered FD.
Where are y'all 13B lovers at? Because he's got a 2J.
Here he is coming in real aggressive into that outer zone 1 right there. Nice job filling that zone. Getting right back on it. That's what we're talking about. Coming into the outer zone 2. Just dipping a tire into that zone. Beautifully into this outer zone 3 here. And man, he's definitely listening to the judges on what they want to see, because he definitely did kind of the run that you guys wanted to look at. So
yeah, I mean, there was a few areas where he had to let off to settle the car, not at the high points. Like right here, it looks like he does a good job trying to get back on gas. A lot of angle, throwing the car in. I like how he's committed. And right here too, starting to do that, but he had to let off once to settle the car. And right here too, going through outside zone 4, he had to let off a little bit going through there. Now I'd have to see the line. Right here, doesn't look like he fills the zone as much as he was supposed to. And right here too, comes a little short on outside zone 2. But I would have to say fairly good run by Yamamoto.
And you know what, I must say, we talked about it during his practice session. Yamamoto's been kind of struggling here and there through this series, but you know, he came over to the judges after practice session and said, hey, what do I need to do? And you know, the guidance that he got, you could see the change, especially the commitment level that he did in outer zone 1, approaching with the 3-2-1.
Yeah, and exactly, I think what the judges said was just do good, and that's what he's trying to do. So there you go, 85 points.
85 for his first qualify run. If it was only that easy, just do good.
So that's our advice, guys. Just do good.
Life lessons right there by Robbie Nishida. Next, going to be at the line right here, ready to go, is going to be number 30, Takumi Sato in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser.
So that's what we want to see. We want to see the rate of angle going from straight to the outside zone 1. We want to see the car get flicked, and we don't want to see the slow rotation. That's the boring, easy, uncommitted run.
Here he is coming through this 3-2-1 really early into that 3-2-1 zone right there. Not able to get all the way out to that outer zone 1. Struggling a little bit through that transition into the outer zone 2 and not able to carry it in the first half of that outer zone 3. Yeah, we've seen better runs out of Sato, so we're not sure what was going on right there for his first qualify run.
Yeah, same thing. This might actually be on the more of the unfavored side of the style judge here, where, you know, no commitment going to outside zone 1, not getting on throttle as well. Very low energy run throughout the whole track, so definitely not going to be one of the best runs by Sato. Hopefully he can put together a more exciting run for a second run. He's also, you know, missing outside zone 1, so I would have to guess that the line score is going to be, that's 10 points right there on outside zone 1 just on the line.
67 so. For his first qualify run. And you can see right there, line was heavily affected, that run for him.
Hopefully he can come back stronger for a second run by listening to what we're saying and also watching the live stream and the replays. So
Next at the line is going to be number 218, Konosuke Fujimoto in his D-Dash Racing S15.
Yeah, you see the damage on the back rear. He is one of the first victims to go into the area where it's sticking out on the bridge after you come through outside zone 1.
Yeah, but they buttoned it up. He's ready to go. The VESR. Here he is coming real hot. Let's see if he can hang on to it. Looks like he's hanging on to it. A little adjustment there, leaving that outer zone 1. But man, what a hard flick through that 3-2-1. Dipping a tire right there and just kind of setting himself into that zone.
Man, I mean, the way he did that was nice. If he was maybe a slightly deeper and also a lot smoother coming out of the outside zone 1 area, going through the bridge, it would have been a lot better.
Look at that hard flick, kicking that one cone out the way. Right there, that little adjustment that he had to make is definitely going to affect his points there.
Yeah, so I would have to say there is commitment there, doing that flick, and I think that was great. But coming out of it too, that's a major mistake. He's almost, almost backwards entry. Then right there, big adjustment. As you can see, there's a wavering, and after that, right here too, not being able to flick it hard, very low energy, drifting, going through outside zone 3. So.
Yeah, the entry would have made it really difficult if this was a tandem battle. So
but I mean, watching his practices, it looks like after that wreck, something changed. Maybe, how can I say it? He's nervous.
Intensity?
Yeah, I think he might be nervous because of, after going through that, hopefully he's not traumatized going through the bridge.
There you go, 77 for his first qualify run. So we'll see here. Next at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his Team Cusco Racing GR86, coming up from FDJ2.
He was a runner-up in the series, and now he's a rookie in FDJ.
Trying to climb up the ladder here and try to get to that top 10. And here he is, ripping up the hill here into this 3-2-1 zone. Nice initiation through the 3-2-1. Coming around, filling outer zone 1. Delaying it just a little bit to get right back on it. But here he is, flipping it back into this outer zone 3 here. Nice drop through outer zone 3, finishing strong. Could have been deeper into that last outer zone 4.
So right there, same thing. He comes in really fast and carries a lot of speed, but since he's doing that, he starts to rotate after he gets in the outside zone 1 and getting back on throttle. I would have to say it's a very clean job, but I wouldn't have to say that would be like maybe like an 8 out of 10 for the commitment area. Then right there, going through outside zone 4, very shallow, but overall looks like he was able to tidy up the run. A very clean run right here.
Filling, dipping a little bit out of it, coming out of that outer zone 3, and then right there, outer zone 4, just barely getting into that outer zone 4.
So carrying the commitment through outside zone 1, I think this run was a little bit better to show you guys what we were looking forward to. And like we were always saying, getting back on throttle earlier would be a lot better as well.
83. Not bad there. 83 for Kaneda's first qualify run. And it looks like I just saw Ishikawa drive back to the pit, so that's supposed to be our next driver coming up, so we'll have to find out what's going on.
Uh-oh. Looks like Junya Ishikawa is not running his first run, so he's going to skip his first run. Hopefully they can get whatever it is situated, because I know it's a brand new GR86 that Team Droopy that came up built, and they look like they towed it off the track earlier at practice.
And I brought it up on the, Formula Japan. Sorry, I just saw Ishikawa just pull back up, so I don't know what's going on here. But but whenever I was doing a little pit report through the pits in the Instagram for Formula Japan, I saw his car and I was like, hold up, that's the new GR86 front. So I thought he did a kind of a kit swap, but it looks like Robbie was saying, he got a full new chassis, Got the GR thrown into it. So we'll see. That's a staple for the Team Droopy from Hiroshima Toyota. That's kind of their staple, is the GR engine, twin turbo out of both cars, both the 8.5 and then this new GR 8.6.
All right, so it looks like Ishikawa's car is pulled up, but they already called it, and we already have the next guy up, and we're gonna have to skip his run because he's supposed to be ready by the time you're ready, or you're supposed to be ready. I mean, if it's your turn, you gotta go.
Exactly. There's no delays, but here we are. Koji Nagase coming from FDJ2 up with the Team Kazama with power vehicles, ripping in that outer zone 1. Beautiful job there, carrying it through, trying to throw it around and make it into this outer zone 3 here. Nice job through the back end of outer zone 3, ripping up around into outer zone 4. Not bad, but very hesitant throughout his run. Kind of had some inconsistency, so his fluidity wasn't 100%.
Yeah, but I'd have to say that Nagase is kind of like this all the time, where he doesn't, how can I say, he's not the 100-point driver, but he does very, how can I say, above average a lot of the time right here too. So he's like a very textbook driver where he's like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do, so he tries it out. And it's not to the extreme on every level of it, but very clean run by Nagase.
There you go, you can see the drone footage. Outer zone 2 could have been a little bit deeper. Fair job through that outer zone 3. Nice job through outer zone 3 and the finishing strong through that outer zone 4. There you go, 80 for his first qualified run for Nagase. So we'll see what's going on. Here we go, next up at the line is number 24, Takatoshi Imamaida and the 5X Tire Navigate Penske KRC MJC S14. Here they go, waiting for the start line. Looks like they're still handling the Ishikawa situation with his car.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to, you know, it was canceled, and we were told it was canceled. So we go on to the next driver, and then they're back and they're like, no, we can go. But it's like, you already told us you're done, and the next driver already drove. So that's, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. But let's go ahead and move on to the competition here. Right here, exciting driver Imamaida. Let's see what he is going to do.
Well, coming up to this 3-2-1 zone here. Nice job. Coming deep into outer zone 1. Oh, left a little early out of outer zone 1 right there. Filling the zone for outer zone 2, tipping a tire outside of outer zone 3 there. Woo. Almost running the old track last year, finishing late there.
So I would have to say, doesn't make any major mistakes, a little bit of wavering going into outside zone 1, but let's see, everything else, it looks very smooth, but he does dip tires right here, outside zone 3, and getting back on throttle at outside zone 3, a little bit, like slightly late, but I would have to say, not the best of what he does, where he usually comes in with like some crazy entries. But this time it looked like it was very subtle, just to put a score down for his first run.
Here's that chase drone coming down into that 3-2-1 to outer zone 1. You can see he left a little early there through that outer zone 1. Rocking that huge wing. See what the judges have. 79 for his first qualified run.
not bad for his first run. I know this driver can tighten up the line right here for the second run, so looking forward to doing that.
Next at the line, ready to go is number 31, Kodai Sobagiri in the Shibata Racing Team Cylone Tires GR86. So last year, many of y'all remember him in the R31, the R31 house, R31, but here he is in the new GR86. New build for this year. We'll see how he's gonna do. So here we go. But yeah, if you missed it last week, we had FDJ2. They were set up where the pits are. We had a track set up. It was a new layout, new for FDJ2. That was this is the second year running for FDJ2, which is the feeder series into the pro series. But here we go. Sobagiri coming up to this 3-2-1. Nice job into that zone right there. Getting right back on it right there. Filling outer zone 2 right there. Nice job flicking it back around, riding that line. Looks like he's dipping a tire a little bit through that zone. But there he is, finishing strong. Just grazing outer zone 4.
Very smooth and nice. A lot of commitment with this run. But, you know, as a style judge, I'm going to be a little picky. He had to kind of readjust his car right here going from outside zone 1 to 2. But other than that, a very clean run. He dips the tire off right there at outside zone 3. But it looks like there's a lot of commitment and a lot of throttle throughout the track. We go right here.
There you go, dip in the tire there. But here, right here, taking a look at it, right on the edge of that outer zone 4. So there you go, there's that chase drone once again. Getting smoked out by Sobagiri through this outer zone 2 to 3 transition. And there you go, you can see him right there in his pits, pulled in, got an 87 for his first qualify run. Nice job.
Good job by Sobagiri. He did probably the run that he wanted to do for his first run. I'm pretty sure all these drivers want to stay in the 90s for the second run. So.
Oh yeah, and he's sitting second place right now, so not too bad. But next at the line right there is going to be number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in his vacancy with weld cockpit Kobe 180SX. All right, here he is, ripping up, coming into outer zone 1 right here. Kind of like the last few runs that we've seen, kind of hesitated getting back on that throttle, leaving that outer zone 1, but able to get to the rest of the zones. Not bad. Here it is. Let's see the finish. Able to get nicely into that outer zone 4. And yeah, talking to him, that vacancy is actually, it's his business, and it's actually for more VIP big body cars, he was saying. So kind of surprising seeing him out here in this 180SX and not some kind of big body, you know, Crown or something.
Yeah, but just as you were saying earlier, the commitment level, I think he came in pretty hot, but, you know, dragging on the E-brake, going into outside zone 1 and waiting pretty much till he's safe to get back on throttle is a little bit further away from what we want to see, but I would have to say average run where he does it very fluidity's there, very smooth run by Kubo.
There you go, 80 for his first qualified run for Kubo.
Yeah, so not committed, but like I said, it was very smooth. I mean, it was very minimal mistakes, very minimal adjustments on the car. So that, being really smooth could get you a fairly good score. Being super exciting and making a few mistakes could also get you a good score, but being super exciting and no mistakes will get you the highest score. There
you go. Next up is going to be number 666, Shuichimano, and his Vittor Racing with Chadi Boy style on one wheel. Got that aggressive, angry look in his 180 front. But here he is rocking that old S13, coming around. Oh! Just gracefully breezing through outer zone 1, but you can see he kind of held himself and stalled his car a little bit through that zone, trying to let it settle.
Yeah, so there were a few areas where you had to make adjustments to keep the wheels spinning. So that was almost, I'm not going to say it's a stall, but it's like a slight stall that he did a few areas. But also right here, he braking, waiting, and finally getting onto throttle, something that we don't want to see at the outside zone 1. So, and it seems like he's barely making it around the track too, so not the most stylish run out of all the runs we've seen today. And also out of what I've seen previously by Mono.
Exactly, that's the thing, like it's unheard of. His Mono is usually very aggressive, stylish in all his runs, so looks like he was very conservative, trying to get a good run into the books. Looking forward to see what he's going to offer on his next qualify run. Yeah, you can see new livery this year, new wheel setup. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, I wasn't going to talk about that scene, but here you go, 76 for his first qualify run. So don't know if that's going to be safe for him to be sitting at right now. And like I said, there's 48 cars this weekend competing. Next at the line is going to be number 888, Kenji Yamada. He actually qualified first last year. He's with the Ladada Club Racing VLS15.
And he missed yesterday's practice all day. He wasn't even, he made it today. So.
You know, that's not the first time though. I think at BCU did the same thing. He had to work or whatever, but here he is ripping into this 3-2-1. Nice job there, filling outer zone 1, leaving late in the outer zone 1, able to catch back here through outer zone 2. Nice job, screaming with that BE head, SR. Man, the sound that it gives with that head. There you go, nice job through outer zone 1. Filled all of 2. And just dipped the tire early on through that outer zone 3.
All right, I think the major mistake that Yamada made here was leaving outside zone 1 right here, this area. He washed out so much that he had to wait to get back on throttle to finish the track. So everything else looked very fluid, but that's a major area where we want a lot of commitment. But he still did get an 82, so good job by Yamada.
But like I said, he qualified first last year, so but it was a wet condition, so this is definitely different conditions. All right, next sitting at the line, a Team Droopy teammate, Hiroshima Toyota, Kazuya Matsukawa.
All right,
in his AE85 Terreno. Here he is coming up, powered by a GR, ripping into that 3-2-1. Nice shot through that outer zone 1. Staying on it, just man, look at it. That sound of that engine is insane, ripping into this outer zone 3.
Wow, I like the way he made it from outside zone 3 all the way through 4 to the finish line. The initiation area looks like he was catching a lot of speed coming up the hill on the straightaway, so he did have to initiate a little earlier, and he was on the e-brake for a good amount, but I would have to say he was on throttle very early on, very fluid. Very nice job by Matsukawa. I would have to say he's probably going to be one of the higher scores as a style judge. So other than that, you have the angle and the line judge as well. So looking at that really depends on what his total score is going to be.
So we'll see here. There you go, 88. Sliding into that second spot, taking over Sowagiri. So right now, 89 is our highest score that we have. And that right there is held by Hibino. But here we go, next at the line is gonna be number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in his V-Style Good Ride with Tetsuji JZX 100 Chaser. Here he is, ripping in, coming into this 3-2-1. Nice job, early initiation, filling that zone. There you go, look at that. Throttle, all the way around, bringing it back down to zone 2. Oh, he's not able to hold on.
But man, I love that. It was great. I mean, did you see that? Yeah, I mean, you know, he's probably not as fast as the other cars, but this is drifting. He was a lot of angle, a lot of throttle. Man, that was super impressive. I wish he was able to make it around outside zone 3. Look at how he made that much angle going through outside zone 1. This is what we want to see.
So let's see. Fortunately, we'll have to see how he's going to do his next qualify run. So y'all just saw him get interviewed in the pits. Here he is ready to go and make it happen in his GR Yaris. You got number 530, Wataru Masuyama. Many of y'all know him. He competes also in the US in the Formula Drift Series. He's in the Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris, powered by a 2J.
Yeah, he drives that S15. Buy now Japan S15. It's like a teal color in the US with the 2J S15. I just did S15 twice.
But he drives an S15.
Do you know what he drives?
Yaris, yes. Here he is coming through. 2J powered Yaris coming into this outer zone, and he has been making us all day long through practice. And look at
That's what I'm talking about.
Bringing that US flare out here to Japan. Here he is riding that back line. Looks like he dipped the tire through that zone, but man, carrying it through the outer zone 4 to the finish. On the Japanese live stream, they're saying that it's such a cool run, so definitely put Robbie on his feet.
Oh man. Hey, compare this run to some of the other runs that we saw. He did split the line here and there outside zone 3, but look at this, full
Robbie's getting his last bit. Sorry, he's multitasking right now. I'm trying to check out what you guys are saying on live, and yes, this is live.
Look at that full amount of angle to angle from straight to outside initiation. Very fluid. Look at this. No, look at that. Look at how much angle he throws from the beginning and doesn't pull any of it out and keeps it going to outside zone 2. Boom, 97.
97. Woo! Wow.
Dude, that was good.
I know, it really was.
Yeah, what else can I, yeah.
97 right there. Man, phenomenal job. That's going to be hard right here, but nothing's going to be stressing him out. He doesn't even know what's going on right now. At the line, number 77, Yusuke Kusaba, and the team Cusco Racing GR86 right here. He was driving the A90 Supra last year, but man, he put himself in this car, and he said it's been phenomenal. Now let's see how he's going to do on his first qualify run. Carrying it all the way out to the backside of that zone. Nice job through outer zone 3, and then carrying it to a strong finish at that outer zone 4.
So it looks like he is kicking a lot of angle from the get-go, the beginning outside zone 1 as well. But let's go ahead and check this out. Looks like a few tire dips right there by Kusaba. Not as early as he should be on throttle at outside zone 1, but does a fairly good job. Has to wait for the car to settle a little bit too long at outside zone 3, but I would have to say a good amount of fluidity there.
Here's the replay coming around that outer zone 2. Nice job filling that outer zone 3 right there to outer zone 4. So we'll see overall.
See right there, he does, by the time he reaches outside zone 1, he is at max angle, which is nice, but getting to it, the slow, how can I say it, initiation by his, on the straightaway going to the outside zone 1, not something that's as quick as what we want to see, you know. But I'd have to say that was a fairly good run. He got an 84.
84 for his first qualifier run for Kusaba. Next at the line, also coming all the way from the U.S. out here competing. He also competes in Formula Drift U.S. Number 21, Ken Gushi, and then Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, Motis Lexus RC, powered by a VR 4.3.
I feel his pain so much because when I compete in the U.S., that's the only time he could really drive the car. And this is the only time he could really drive the car when he's here.
Exactly. And here he is coming into that 3-2-1. Nice job. In outer zone 1, they're leaving a little early out of outer zone 1, but there he is, filling outer zone 2. Beautiful job. Nice smoke trail. Almost smoking himself out here through this outer zone 3 to outer zone 4. And man, the power that thing gives out is ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'd have to say it might be the grip level of the car, but then the quickness of, like, let's say, getting to the rate of angle from straight to full amount. I guess right here at outside zone 1, it's not that bad. It looks like he has to get on the left foot brake a little bit to keep the car settled on outside zone 1 and outside zone 2. But a lot of throttle as soon as he can, as early as he can. But I know it's a very heavy car, so he does have to wait for his settle. But man, right in front of us where the judging stand is.
The smoke that he trailed out. But yeah, you can see, look at that right there, the smoke line, all the acceleration, quick adjustment, boom, right back on it. But yeah, that's a new build for Team Kazama and Power Vehicles, so they're still kind of get some of the kinks out the way, but for the most part, Ken Gushi does what he does best, and he just comes in and rips in the car and he pushes the car to its limits. And
I'm not gonna. Oh, there you go. You got 82. I'm not gonna say he does the best in the car, but he does above average all the time, and it's not just right. He does a little bit better than what it's supposed to. So hopefully he could get into one of the higher scores there. But right now they are fixing the track once again, so the drivers are able to see and gauge off of the outside zones. But right here.
And Robbie's smiling right now because he's not down there painting, because he's usually assisting that.
Well, the FD US judges too. We're all painters.
I know, but I mean, you specifically are, quite the painter.
Yeah, and shout out to all the FD US officials as well, and the other judges. Ryan Lantain was joining us up until COVID hit. Brian Egger and Chris Yule are the judges from the FD US. They should be coming up with the FD Utah, I think, in about 2 weeks. So go ahead and join them. And also the usual commentator over there is Jared Deanda, and I think from this year Ryan is taking over, but Ryan Sage, also the co-founder of Formula Drift USA, usually comes out to these events, but hasn't been since the COVID hit. So we miss you guys, and Japan misses you guys. Oh,
here's a quick pit report.
ということで、続いてはですね、箕輪秀也選手のピットにお邪魔しております。ということで早速質問なんですが、エンジン形式、馬力、車重を教えていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、まずエンジン形式は、2JZ を搭載してます。で、馬力はだいたい800から900ぐらい出てます。で、車重はかなり前回乗っていたスープラと比べて軽くなって1350くらいです。
ありがとうございます。ここがちょっとすごい自慢なポイントはございますか？
そうですね、やっぱりこのかっこいいクスコさんのカラーとこのアドバンレーシングっていうこのかっこいいホイールがかなり自慢なポイントですね。
はい、ということで今回奥伊吹戦の意気込みお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、今1本目が終わったんですけど、2本目に向けてもうちょっと気持ち切り替えて頑張っていきたいなと思います。
ありがとうございます。最年少の箕輪秀也選手のインタビューでした。ありがとうございます。お返しします。
Thank you, Mighty Now, but yeah, hopefully he does great too. But that was Hiroya Minoya driving the Cusco Racing GR Yaris. It's a 2JZ makes about 8 to 900 horsepower, weighs about 1350 kilograms, and he loves the color, the Cusco colors, and also his wheels, the Advan wheels. It pops and looks great on the car. And what he's looking forward to doing is he already did his first run. He's looking forward to doing better for his second run. So good luck to him.
Man, 13 years old doing that kind of an interview.
13 years old, I'd be like, I'd be like Dookie, or I'd be doing something stupid. But
man, very professional, and that kid is impresses a lot of people, especially y'all out there seeing him drive. But next up, this impressive driver, number 61, Mao Yamanaka in the Good Ride Motorsports SRT coming in high. Almost reverse entering into outer zone 1 right there. And yesterday he took a very bad spill, leaving outer zone 4 into the wall due to his steering rack failing on him. And yeah, he suffered some pretty bad damage. They had to fix his car, but here he is throwing down, but man, maybe came a little too aggressive into that outer zone 1.
I'm not going to talk about the line because that's not my area of judging, but I like the way he threw the car in, and he was short. He didn't have to make too much adjustments leaving outside zone 1 because of the angle change and the line change, because he was not on the line he was supposed to. But I'd have to say, very impressive to be able to throw the car in like that. Like, look at that, it's almost 90 degrees to the turn. But there's a little bit of wavering leaving outside zone 1 to 2. But style-wise, very impressive. But at the same time, not the best run that he made because he's far away from the outside zone. Let's see what the other judges have to say about the score. There you go. There's a pits, very small compared to the U.S. There are a few big rigs now. The Cusco Racing big rig, the Mochi's Kazama Auto big rig, the Team Orange big rig, and they have the hospitality area. Then the left to the Cusco rig, there's the TMAR rig.
And there you go, 75 for his first qualifier run. So yeah, you got the lower deck, that's where majority of the teams are, and then up top is the Good Ride, you got the Cusco, and then you got the Trail Motor Apex Racing, all their booths set up there. And then right next to them is all of our vendors, but next up at the line, ready to go is number 36, Kazumi Takahashi with the TMS Racing, Team Cylon Tire, BMW E92.
Yeah, this guy's a wild driver too, so.
He's currently sitting in 8th place right now. So we're going to see how he's going to perform here. And man, very aggressive right off the start and outer zone 1 right there. Nice job, fully committed to coming in with that kind of heat. Just missing a little bit of outer zone 2 and leaving early out of that outer zone 3 there. But man, what a hard start coming into that outer zone 1 with that much momentum.
Let me go ahead and check out the replay right here. Right there, good initiation. Had to let off a little bit going from outside zone 1 to 2. Then right here, a little bit of adjustment. So there was a few adjustments, but I'd have to say impressive, very committed going into the track. Going into the turns, but leaving the turns, it looked like he had to adjust himself a lot. I'm not sure if this car is super gripped up because he totally misses outside zone 2. The car doesn't want to wash out all the way to the outside zone.
Yeah, and that's the struggle that it looks like is when they leave that outer zone 1 to carry that momentum through to the outer zone 2 at the same time getting right back on the throttle to give that commitment. Oh, 80 right there for his first qualifier run. Pulls him in a little bit, so you can see how his car pulled himself in, so he kind of missed, outer zone, didn't get deep enough into that outer zone 2.
And I think that aggressiveness kind of saved him and got him into the 80 point run. But let's go ahead and move on to the next driver.
Next driver up, and it looks like the camera makes the color look different, but this is supposed to be a burnt Daytona looking orange. But here he is at the line, is number 87, Daigo Saito in the Trail Motor Apex Racing, Team R. GR86 coming in real hot, do that 3-2-1 right there, get it right back on it, through that zone of outer zone 1, and in Daigo fashion, making it look good and banging it around into that outer zone 3. Nice job.
Whoa,
and
touching the wall. Holy smokes.
It literally smokes. That's going to be crazy in tandem battle with this man right here.
Very impressive run once again. Nice angle gets right on a throttle outside zone 1. Man, his line score is going to be really high. He's like running the edge of the track the whole time. Full amount of angle all the way through. Look at that.
Kissing the wall with his wing.
He broke one of his little
the support rods,
yeah, support rods on the wing on the wall, but man, very impressive run. And this is the ex-champ of Formula Drift USA from back then, and he's still here kicking it and showing us what he can do. Man, who would want to see him back in the States?
I know.
Uh-oh, look at that. He drove so crazy, the drone kind of messed up right there, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the GoPro kind of got dinged forward, but man, very impressive run. I'm very excited to see what his score is. 97 for his first qualify run. Tying Masayama on his first qualify run. So man.
Oh my God, that's.
I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not holding my breath because we still got some good drivers coming up.
Man, this is what we want to see. This is what we're saving the higher scores for. We're not going to give out. It's the impressive run and the non-impressive run, and you can't get by to qualify a high with a non-impressive run. That's all I have to say. You're going to have to come out with your A game from the get-go, and there you go. That's the TMAR, the ridiculous pit area that they have for a Japanese team in FD Japan. One of the biggest probably. You got 2 big rigs surrounding the cars, but yeah, very impressive run.
So next up, let's see this very impressive driver up is number 23, Yuji Saito in the Total Car Shop Glitter with Car Life Orange and Next Dream in the VR-powered S15. This thing screams, has an aggressive presence, massive wing. Let's see how he's going to do it. Let's see if he can wall ride this wing. Here he is coming in this 3-2-1. Seems like he let off a little early through that 3-2-1 and kind of dragged it out, trying to get into that zone. A very safe approach, not like Saito. Last year, he was battling Hibino in the top 16 and unfortunately wiped out into that wall into outer zone 1. So we'll see what the judges have in store for him.
Well, so that's a long e-brake pull and very lack of commitment there at the outside zone 1. Everything after that looks like he does okay. Throws good amount of angle, but he has to wait for the car to settle and to rotate all the way to where he wants it to be for the outside zone 3 as well. So it's going to be really hard to say that was that one of his best runs that he made. Probably not. He's just putting down a run just to get a score on the board for the first run.
So we'll see here.
And I mean, like, I know you guys are watching and we watch this evenly, but check out this run and compare it to the 97-point runs that we had for the past 2 other drivers that we had. Look at the flare difference, and I'm not sure if that's going to be able to, I don't know if you're going to be able to feel it through the live stream, but when you're here watching it, it's definitely there and it's really obvious.
I don't think they're questioning too much of that. So you're safe there, Robbie.
Okay.
You don't have to justify it. But there you go, 76 for his first qualify run. And like he was saying, you could definitely see the difference just off of outer zone 1 or even the approach to outer zone 1. A lot of these cars that are approaching with a lot of momentum, you already know it's going to be a high impact run.
Yeah, and as a style judge, going outside zone 1 and going into outside zone 3 with the flick and the transition is really important.
Next up is a 2-time champ, number 8, Koichi Yamashita, and the Team Well JZX 100 Chaser, sitting currently in 5th place, trying to get back up so he could three-peat this season. And here he is coming into this outer zone 1. Practice, he's been filling all zones phenomenally. And here he is filling outer zone 1 and 2. He was right on that fine edge. Oh! Deep into outer zone 2, dipping 2 tires through outer zone 3, I mean. And that right there was unlike him. I didn't see that all practice, so not sure what happened.
Yeah, that was a big mistake by Yamashita right here. It looks like he comes in, I think it's an above average entry, gets on throttle fairly early in outside zone 1, which is good. Nice angle coming into outside zone 2, but right here flicks it, over rotates the car, has to pull out a little bit of angle, and also wavers a little bit coming out of outside zone 3, which makes everything else look really sloppy. Not the cleanest run by Yamashita, and he's usually the one guy who does a super clean run, but I think he wasn't throwing enough angle coming out of outside zone 2 and doing a harder flick where it made the car shoot out a little bit too far on outside zone 3, which put him in a situation where it doesn't look too good. That's for the style judge wise.
Yeah, and you can see right there, that right there is the Team Weld original wide body kit for the JZX 100 Mark II.
And it looks super good.
And it's actually out on the market. I want to say last year it wasn't. There you go, 77 for his first qualify run. But I don't think it was last year, but I did recently see it through some posts and chats that it was.
Yeah, and then Yamashita, we know that he is going to pull off another run because, I mean, think about it. He's the two-time champion of FD Japan right now.
And next up, sitting in third place right now is number 57, Kanta, with the Linglong Tire Drift, Team Orange, JZX 100 Chaser.
And we just skipped Suenaga, which had mechanical issues like we were talking earlier. So
yeah, so here he is right here, Kanta coming in. Nice job carrying strong momentum into that outer zone 1. Beautifully held, coming around in this outer zone 2.
Oh.
Looks like he kind of hesitated there, initiating or reinitiating back into that outer zone 3. Not reinitiating, but more transitioning into that outer zone 3.
Yeah, everything looked good. And I would have to say the rate of angle going to outside zone 1 isn't as high as some of the other drivers that we've seen too. But at the same time, going into outside zone 3, that was a major part where he does do a transition, very clean right here outside zone 2. Then right here, he has to wait and wait and wait until he gets back on throttle at the beginning outside zone 3. So that's an area where we want him to be quicker on gas or quicker on throttle or flick the car harder so the car settles earlier, I would have to say. So I would have to say the angle coming out of outside zone 2 isn't as, how can I say it? It doesn't give the oomph for the car to transition to the outside zone 3 as hard as the other remaining drivers that we saw.
Boom, 92 though. Nice job by Kanta.
Good job right there by Kanta. Gets a 92 for his first run, so that should keep him in the safe zone for sure.
Next up, teammates of the lead right now is going to be number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama and his Trail Motor Apex Racing GR86. Here he is coming up the line. Took first last event, took first in another series. Let's see how he's going to do today in his first qualifying run. Riding that edge there from outer zone 1, transitioning over to outer zone 2 to outer zone 3. Still a good run right there. You can see the decel that he did in the different regions kind of held off a little bit longer than some of the other cars have done. A hard flick through outer zone 1. Nice job filling that zone.
Yeah, right there was a nice flick, but at the same time, like you were saying, there's slight pause, longer pause outside zone 3, and right there, it looks like, I mean, he was adjusting the angle, so that might be considered more of a wavering going through outside zone 4, going to outside zone 4.
So we'll see here.
Right there, that's a pretty large amount of wavering right there. That's going to probably affect his angle score a little bit as well.
There you go, Trail Motor Apex Racing fan right there representing the gear. Go check them out. They do have a booth out here. Cop some of that gear. There you go, 89 for his first qualify run. Currently sitting second in points for the series.
So that's probably very comfortable to be higher up in the qualifying, so he's in for sure. And hopefully he could chase down Masanori Kohashi, which is sitting first in the series right now.
Yes, and here he goes for his first run with the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange S15. Here he is coming around, ready to ride that wall with that massive wing. Here he is ripping into outer zone 1. Oh, a little bit of a correction, missing outer zone 2. Not the run that he wants, not what he's been practicing.
Yeah, that's a huge, sizable mistake made by Kohashi leaving outside zone 1. It looked like he lost a lot of juice throwing in the angle, and he couldn't dig himself out of it right here. A little bit too much angle than he was anticipating. Then the car was a little bit too short where he wasn't going to be able to get anywhere closer to the outside zone 2, which is a big no-no as well. Does a good job at outside zone 3. So let's say that's a mistake for his first run, but looking forward to seeing what he's going to do for his second run.
There you go. Dove in a little bit right there. If there was an inside clip still there, that would have been perfect, but unfortunately we have that outer zone. A huge change for this year on this track.
Ooh, did the drone hit the spoiler? That's pretty cool.
Got real
got
close
super
there.
close, yeah.
So they, like I said before, this is the first for us having these chase drones out here, catching that live footage. And there you go, 82 for his first qualify run. That right there sums up our first round of qualifying. 48 drivers, they all got their first qualify run in the books, and now it's time to turn it up and make it happen.
Yeah, but before we get into that, let's go ahead and call out Marina again because she's out in the pits. She's going to give us another interview from one of the drivers. I'm not sure who it's going to be, so looking forward to who it's going to be. So let's see who that's going to be, that's going to be. And I guess we're not going to go to the pit reports. And yeah, so she's not going to interview anybody, so. Yeah, so I think we're going to. So we're going to go into the second run of all the drivers here. Like you said there was 48 cars, so that's a total of almost 100 runs that we're going to be seeing today, and you guys are halfway through it. Thank you for sticking around, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Formula Drift Japan
革新のカーボンベゼル Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ
The brightness, called brilliant. Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis. Made in Japan. Breathe.
伝統と革新小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチオグラレーシングクラッチ ORC
究極の静かさと安全性オンロードオフロード世界中で活躍する剣だその信頼を支える静音性安定性と対摩耗性世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに剣だ
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
And we're back. We just got done through one round of qualifying here for the 2022 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Round 4 here at the Grand Snow Okuibuki Park in the Shiga Prefecture.
All right, let's get moving because we got some quality qualifying runs for the second run around because I'm pretty sure a lot of these drivers were able to see 97, 98, or 97-point runs earlier by two of the drivers and probably have an idea of what they're supposed to do. Which they're supposed to do earlier, but maybe they're going to come out swinging, full swinging for their second runs. So let's go ahead and check out who is up next. Unfortunately, car number 55, Toshiharu Kazama from Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. He had a
pretty bad
spun
accident,
out, yeah. Bad wreck at the outside zone 1 earlier for his first run, so he's going to sit out for the second run. So unfortunately, he's not going to be joining us for tomorrow, but his teammates will be because somebody's going to make it through to tomorrow's qualify or for today's qualifying.
Exactly, and he's a huge team holder, 7 cars out here. But next up at the line is going to be number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, got a 62 on his first qualify run in his JZX 100 Mark II. Here he is, looking like he's carrying a lot of momentum this time into outer zone 1. Nice job, and then getting right back on it. Beautiful job through outer zone 2 right there. Ripping back around into outer zone 3. Oh, is he going to be able to, and unable to hold all the way through outer zone 3. zone.
Man, see, I mean, everybody has to watch. I think they should watch practice and see who does the best, because, I mean, it looks like, you know, after watching all the qualifying runs, they finally get it, you know?
Yeah.
But, man, right there, I would have to say, you know, a lot of commitment going into outside zone 1, smooth through outside zone 2. But right there, a little bit too much angle and could not hang on, and that's going to be a big deduction there for Meguro from his fluidity area. Right there, I like how he handled. I mean, that was like you just said, you know, that was a very good run. If he was able to pull off that outside zone 3, that would have been a very, very high score to put him in where he's going to be very comfortable in the qualifying.
The big thing I liked, like you said, is in outer zone 1, he got right back on it. He didn't wait. He didn't let his car, you know, settle. He just got right back on it, and he was all fully committed to that entry that he had, the high intensity entry. But unfortunately, 68, 6 points above of what he got before it. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Not sure if that's going to be a safe zone for him. But next up, coming all the way from Okinawa, Tetsuya Iha. I think Iha's missed one event so far, so that's why he's sitting so far back in the point standing. But here he is in the Kartis Okinawa Crown, 200 Series Crown, coming around into outer zone 1. Nice shot filling that zone. Hesitated just a little bit, once again leaving that outer zone 1 to get right back on gas.
Oh.
And then had a little bobble right there you just saw through outer zone 3. He got a 78 on his first qualify run. Is this one going to be enough to give him a boost in his points?
So he got a 78 for the first run. Very smooth, I would have to say, up until where he had to waver. I think it was outside zone 3. Let me go ahead and double check the replay right here. Very smooth around here, but very late to getting back on throttle at outside zone 3 as well. So almost an average run, I would have to say, by Iha.
I'm not sure if Robbie has the answer for this about the cones. They were asking who's the guy that has to handle. I think it's the 3-2-1. The one cone keeps getting knocked out. 71 for his second qualify run, so definitely going to keep his first qualify run for Iha at a 78. But they were asking what the name of the cone guy was for the 3-2-1, and I don't think I can't.
I think there's like 3 or 4 guys there. I don't know the names. I'm gonna have to ask them. We all know I guess their nicknames or something like that. But I'll try to get that before we leave.
Next up is number 610, Kei Murakami. He's in the Village Up JZX 100. Got a 65 on his first qualify run. That is probably not going to be safe for him. And look at that, carrying a lot of momentum this time. Oh! But just unable to hold on to it. And unfortunately, gonna get an incomplete.
Hey, I wish he was doing this at practice.
Yeah.
Because this is how you eventually get to where you want to get to. But he tried it at the wrong time where it happened at qualify, and you only have 2 runs, and he threw away one of them. But if he did this during practice and was able to progress, it would actually, link up to a great score as well. So unfortunate for Murakami, incomplete for his second run.
So next at the line, he did not come up for his first qualify run, but here he is, cars ready to go. Number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi and the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 8-6, coming up from FDJ2.
So he's also a rookie for the series.
Yes, early on struggled with the track during practice yesterday. Started getting it a little bit more together, filling the zones, because these zones are pretty deep, especially the outer zone 1. It's about, 1 or 2 meters away from the actual wall itself.
Yeah.
And literally half a meter away from the sponge barriers. But here he is coming into the outer zone 1. Nice job. Oh, just unable to carry it. And man, saved it by the sponge barrier. And maybe I spoke a little too soon, but like I said before, he was kind of hesitating, getting deeper into that zone. And right there, you could see he went ahead and sent it straight in.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's probably saw the qualifying runs that he saw. And as you saw right there, he wasn't back on gas, so the car wasn't rotating. And pretty much he tried to steer away from it, which is something that you don't want to do near a wall. What we see, or the rule when you're around the wall, and if it looks like the rear is going to go into the wall, you just have to step on it, because if you don't step on it, it's going to suck the front end or the side of the car into the wall. So that's kind of a rule when you're driving near some objects on the wall or along the line.
I think that's the biggest brain trigger, though. You got to tell yourself, because naturally you want to like slow down,
exactly.
correct yourself.
Yeah, you do. I know.
But obviously, in a professional mindset, in what these guys are doing, it should be second nature to get right back on it and hope for the best, essentially. Because at the end of the day, so that's what you're doing. Now, if it was me in the car, I would probably do that, but worse. But with you, you'd probably come out scot-free a little bit.
Well, I mean, I've went into the wall many times, and thanks to my mechanics that helped me out get everything situated. I think I had a couple bad wrecks.
Yeah, but
as well. But
speaking of Miyagi, this is unfortunately going to knock him out for this weekend's event. Not competing for his first qualified run, and then right here getting this incomplete is going to obviously take him out of the top 32 standings. So last year Miyagi was actually the team doctor for Formula Drift Japan.
Yeah, he's so Miyagi is, you hear Mr. Miyagi, then I heard the rumors that, he is related or somewhere down the line with his family or something with the real Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid.
No
or something.
way.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But maybe that's a lie. I'm not sure. I'll try to see the next time I see him. But he's the doctor. That's his full-time job. Well, he was saying drifting was his job and a doctor was his part-time job.
Oh, nice. But I would spin it like that if that was my name. But yeah, somebody commented, so that area is kind of where I was standing and I had to jump out of the way. So like, luckily Kenny wasn't standing there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, true. You're right. I mean,
hey, who wants to see Kenny as the outside zone 1 cone at the next event?
Yeah.
Let us know.
If you guys remember last year, was it last year? Yeah, last year with my broken hip issue. Hey, you could go check out the video, but I had some quick moves dodging Oe on that that approach that he had coming through outer zone 1.
Yeah, in between those sponges.
My hip showed full abilities yesterday.
We're glad that you're okay too, with your hip injury and from yesterday's mishaps.
Oh yeah, I know. But no, definitely go give some love to Robbie since we're talking about it, to his YouTube channel. He just posted a new one. But yeah, go give him some love.
Yeah, give me some love.
Instead of thumbs up, go give him thumbs up on his page.
Yeah.
Or I guess subscribe.
Yeah. Subscribe. I mean, obviously you're watching the Formula Drift YouTube channel, so you're probably already subscribed to this one. So you can always watch, the rest of the series, the U.S. ones. You can go into the archives and go back and check out the competition from the previous years as well. You could even go all the way back to see me suck out there as well too. Yeah, if you have time, come join us.
I agree with y'all. I wouldn't mind having my face on the cones. That's okay.
All right, so while we're waiting right now for them to situate this, we're going to go ahead and go into the 97-point run that we saw with the past 2 drivers, Masayama and Daigo Saito. Study this because very impressive runs. Here you go. This is Wataru Masayama. Look at that. Nice rate. It's almost perfect for his car to stop at full angle, and he takes it all the way through. Then right here, right on the line for the left rear tire, and right there, right on the line on the outside zone 4. Not a crazy amount of angle changing from outside zone 3 through 4. And now we see Daigo Saito, ex-Formula Drift USA champ, same thing, boom. A little bit longer of a glide than...
And here they are coming around. Here you go, Daigo doing a beautiful job through that outer zone 3. And once again, right there, both of them, outer zone 4, those are the obviously two best runs, but that's the best job I've seen through outer zone 4 like that. And as you guys are saying, I could see, I mean, I'm paying attention to what you guys are writing. There's like a 15-second or 20-second delay for the comments. But right there, those 2 top runs, that show you right there why they're the top runs, because every zone was filled. And then just watch outer zone 4 for a lot of these drivers. They kind of short it or shortchange it, and they're not deep enough because there's a wall right there. They're coming straight at a wall in outer zone 4.
Yeah, so as you can see, we are looking at Miyagi's car They attempted, something broke on his suspension. They attempted to pull, they attempted to put tires underneath the tire that doesn't roll, and they attempted to pull it, but that fell off or didn't work as well. So now I think they're bringing in the tow truck, the flatbed truck. All right, guys, check this out, the J style flatbed. This one doesn't go all the way down, but this goes down at a pretty good slope where it's easier to load up lowered cars as well. But they're going to go ahead and take this car out, and let's try to get back to competition as soon as possible.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are on our second run of qualifying now. This is Miyagi right here. He didn't make it to the line his first run. The second run crashed late into the outer zone 1. So we're waiting for him. But hey, what questions y'all have? Where are y'all viewing in from? Let us know. I mean, like I said, I'm checking y'all out. I'm seeing what's going on. I mean, some of the comments I can't say because they may be inappropriate or not okay for me to say. But
I'm Robbie, and I'm in Japan.
Those are facts.
That's a fact. That's a statement. And I'm sitting here in the judging stand.
Somebody's talking about your Keeping Drifting Fun interview that you had. That was old school, Robbie. He had that like cool flair. Now look at him. He's got
a beard, and I'm old. And, and check out the guys. They're chasing the camera.
Exactly. See, going back and forth.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, you know, I was young once, you know, and I was a fun guy before. I'm still a fun guy. Don't
Actually,
you think?
Speaking of, we can bring up the other judge, Taniguchi. He's, you know, congratulations to
him. Yeah, congratulations to Taniguchi for winning his.
In 5 years, his first victory in 5 years.
Yeah, he hasn't won a victory in his race, but he was. Yeah, so he just raced a GT 300 race, and he won. So congratulations, Taniguchi. We can never say that. You know, we've been on podiums and stuff like that for drifting, but never anything in that caliber. So
I don't even know why I'm here, because I don't even drive to the event. Robbie drives, so I have nothing to do with driving right now.
Exactly. That's why let's keep Kenny Harris off the roads. It's better for the community.
Whoa. Pump your brakes there.
No, but Kenny is, you know, if you guys don't know who he is, he's actually a member of the U.S. Air Force, currently still, you know, serving the country, and also taking his time joining us, commentating for the U.S. side of the Formula Drift USA. I'm sorry, Formula Drift Japan side. So let's go ahead and, as they're loading the car up, let's go ahead and check out the supporters and sponsors that we have for the series. Let me go ahead and read them off to you. From the top, it's G-Shock, Valenti, Yokohama Tires, Bridgestone, Dunlop, Goodyear, Toyo Tires, Good Ride, Kenda, Valino, 5X, Silent Tire, Vittor Tire, Linglong Tires, Motis, Corport Maruzen, RSR, Brid, Ogura Clutch, Rays, Cusco, Project Mu, BN Sports, Swift, Hot Wheel, Comtech, Kazama Auto Service, Arai Helmets, Treasure One Company, D-Max, Hummingbird, Krupi, Kiva, Grand Snow Okuibuki, Torque Drift, and many other supporters and sponsors. Thank you very much for making it possible. But I would like to thank you guys for tuning in and watching, waiting around. Sorry, we only have the view of the car getting towed off the track right now. But thank you for joining us once again. We do have the tandem for tomorrow too, so don't forget to join us around the same time. I'll go ahead and give you the times a little later. But thank you for joining us. We are doing this for you, and we do enjoy doing this and commentating and also judging and doing all this for you guys to see from around the world. And hopefully, like you were saying earlier, the traveling restrictions are getting a little bit better in Japan, where they're open to a lot more people coming into the country now.
Yeah, it's a little easier to get in the country, is what I was reading on it, but go check that out for sure. If that's the case, definitely come in. Japan can use the tourism. They can definitely use it, boost their economy and everything like that.
We need the money.
I don't know about all that because it never reaches my pocket, but But yeah, most definitely, thank you all for viewing all over the world, wherever you're at. We appreciate it. And yeah, it looks like the track is now cleared and we're going to be ready to get this show on the road again. So next up, you can see him pulling up right through his hood. You can see peeking out is that VR-powered S15 right there. Oh, sorry, not S15, S14 right there. Coming around, number 17, Jin Horino, and his Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew. It looks like he's ready to go. He got a 79 on his first qualify run. So let's see what he's gonna do and what he mapped out during the break for his second qualify run.
All right, here we go. Jin Horino, the veteran. Let's see what he's gonna do for his second run.
Here he is coming around to the outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Getting right back on it. Here into the outer zone 2. Flicking back around. Nice job early on filling outer zone 3 there. Beautiful job. And like I said before, those 97-point runs, he just wasn't super deep in that fourth outer zone.
Very different from what he did earlier. He was very, very careful at his first run, but this second run, he kind of came out swinging because not as fast and quick, rate to angle at the initiation, but after that, very smooth, and I like the way he kind of carries through to the outside zone 3, tries to get on throttle as soon as possible, so very nice job, a smooth and clean run by Horino. Right there, I think the getting into initiation area taking a little bit too long, but I would have to say he did better his second run from the first run. Well, I'm not sure about the line and the angle, but I'm talking about the style side.
And yeah, with his engine, I don't think it's VR38. I think he.
Oh no, it's a.
Is it 38 or did he stroke it or?
It's a VR.
It's a VR.
That's
there you
the
go. We
safest
got
way
the
to say
fact
it.
of it. Well, they were just asking if it was 38 or not, but it is VR powered, so we'll see. I'll probably ask him during the break.
Oh, I know what it
tomorrow.
is. It's a VR30. It's a 30.
Hey, but I must say, Robbie, if you can arrange this, they want in an interview by the cone guy. If you can somehow manage that. And
oh, there you go.
There you go.
82 points.
Huge, not a huge, but big increase, jumping into the 80s for Horino. So 79 to 82. Got me sidetracked there, but here you go. Next up, got a 61, number 46, Yoshiro Takaki in his T-square with Good Ride take in.
I'll try to get, I don't know, it might be hard to get the interview because, you know, there's a whole lot of things going on, but I'll at least try to get their names.
Here he is coming in real aggressive this time, carrying a lot of momentum into the outer zone 1. Nice job, able to hold on. Kind of had to let his car settle for a little bit into that zone, but here he is filling outer zones 2 and 3 nicely, coming around to this outer zone 4.
Wow, nice
Man,
job
from
by
a
Takaki.
61, that's definitely a lot better than his first qualify run.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was a lot more aggressive and a lot more exciting to watch by Takaki on his second run. Man, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know what I want to see? You know what? I don't even want to see the first runs anymore. From now on, call me for the second run of the qualifying. Because that's where everybody turns it up. And you know what I'd have to say? They'd have to thank the 97-point drivers because I think they're the ones who kind of lit the fire under these drivers to go a little bit more harder.
They didn't know where the bar was, so now that they know where the bar is at, they're like, okay, we got to turn up.
Man, the bar is like way up there too.
Well, and the comfort level for the points, 61 where he's at right now is definitely not that. That's that, hey, you're going home zone. So here he is stepping it up.
You're going home zone, I like that.
So here he is, let's see what the judges have to say. Definitely can feel a lot better score than the 61 that he got. He definitely filled the zones like he had to. And yeah, right here, there you go, 82.
Wow, everybody's up in it now. Yeah, I like it. Turn up. Yep, Cone Guy did definitely set the bar because stop hitting the cones, guys.
There you go.
Give them a break. But yeah, great job by Takaki moving up from a 61 to 82. Now let's see if he can move up his score too. This is Shigehisa Sasayama from DSL.com.
Got a 76 on his first qualify run. Yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement here. Being in the 80s is a little safer. I'm not sure being in the 70s is, but man, deep in there right there, touching the barrier right there, leaving outer zone 1. But like he said before, Robbie said, you got to get right back on it so it sucks you back in a little bit and doesn't drag you out all the way to that outer portion of that track.
Yeah, that was, it started off very good and exciting by Sasayama, but by the time he ended up leaving outside zone 1, he wasn't back on throttle, and he looked like he was a little too scared to get back on throttle, and he was getting hesitant because he was kind of moving towards that wall that we were talking about earlier. That did suck in a few cars, so the commitment level was dropped huge there, and also the fluidity was lost right there.
I think I'm gonna arrange that. I'm gonna take a picture, print it out, and I'm gonna put it on that cone. Sorry, Robbie's in the zone.
No, I'm not, I'm writing. But yeah, that's...
There you go, there's that drone footage, the chase coming up. Dragged it all the way out, very sketchy, 78. So he had a 76 initially, so 78, bumped it a little bit. I don't know if it's gonna be safe though. There's 48 drivers. They're going to be knocking out 16 of these drivers are going to be going home tonight.
Hey, but great job to Teraoka and Shinkai. Those are their last names, the guys that are working at the 321 cones. I'll hype them up later too. But yeah, those are the two guys.
So next up at the line, ready to go 78 for his first qualify run is Kenichi Takashima in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano tires with good ride. JZX 100, here he is coming around. Way different approach, knocking that cone right out, coming around to this outer zone 2. Little hesitation, more than we were expecting or anticipating through that outer zone 3. Leaving outer zone 1, it looked very good, but then out of nowhere, after getting through outer zone 2, he kind of let off and really let his car settle.
All right, so he had the wipers going, so I thought it was raining, but I guess it's not. But right here, he looks like he really scrubs the speed by doing the flick right there, and very lousy way. And you know, how can I say it? This is kind of an obvious way to kind of slow the pace down, so it's easier to drive up to the outside zones. So not going to be as aggressive as some of these drivers that we've seen.
Hey, you know what I'll do for the cone guy? If y'all go to the Formula Drift Japan Instagram, I'm gonna get their pictures on there.
Yeah, and then
I'm gonna post them up and tag them
if they have a
so y'all could
Instagram,
give them love and appreciation for the hard work. They're putting in some steps, so if you got a step counter, there you go, 80 for his second qualify run. So just like the previous driver, a small boost up of 2 points. 80 seems like it's pretty safe, but like I said, 16 drivers have to go home today. Next up at the line, got an incomplete on his first qualify run, is going to be number 41, Shinichi Uemura in his Team Ito Auto Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Chaser.
Yeah, this man knows how to drive and aggressively, but he did get it incomplete for his first run. Let's see what he does for his second.
Nice job. Oh, hesitated a little bit right there. That's where he spun out on his first qualify run. But it's not looking too good for him at the initial start of that qualify run. But is he going to convince these judges enough to get him a score that's going to drag him in or bring him into that top 32 standing?
Yeah, I see that's going to be really hard because of that huge sizable mistake that he did after outside zone 1. Right here, it looked like everything was going good, but it seemed like he over-rotated, started to over-rotate, got back on gas, maybe earlier than he was expecting it to. I'm not sure what's going on inside the car, but he did definitely leave outside zone 1 very early, and easier to see right here from the drone footage. Fills outside zone 1, maybe only 30% of it or so, and tries to get back on the line, but right here doesn't make it all the way out from the beginning of the outside zone 3 either. So this is going to be a tough one for Uemura.
There you go, 67. So I don't know if that's going to be enough to get into that top 32. We'll see here. So next up at the line, number 448, Yoshiya Asaki in his Origin Labo Racing S15. This thing's powered by an SR, got a 79 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, he took his car back last night to fix it, so hopefully none of that's going to affect him on his run.
Nice early on into that outer zone 1. Carrying it through the outer zone 2. Let's see this transition around to this outer zone 3. Manipulating the car, trying to keep it in that zone. Nice job there. Filling all the zones like he's supposed to. Definitely a step up. We'll see if it's enough to step his score up. He got a 79, like I said before.
So right here, I like the way he initiates and he gets back on throttle right there. I think the biggest flaw will be coming out of outside zone 3. He kicks it out right here, and he has to adjust like 3 or 4 times, try to get back on gas. Not very smooth right there, but I would have to say it is a move up from what he did earlier. From his run that he did earlier as a style judge, he did a better job than the first run he made. So let's see what else, if the angle and the line has changed from his first run.
Here's that chase drone. There you go. 80 for his second qualifier run.
He did move up a score.
He did. Well, it looks like these lower 80s is getting close to that threshold also.
Yeah, that might be the bubble there, the low 80s. But like we said, we don't even know because we don't have everything added up.
Exactly. Next up is going to be number 125, Yoshichika Tamagao, and a Car Guy Racing JZA 80 Supra. Got an 87 on his first qualifier run.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty comfortable, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to do for a second run.
And here he is coming along up into this 3-2-1. Nice job dragging it out to the outer point of outer zone 1, filling all of outer zone 1. Nice job there transitioning. Small delay, but he was deep into that outer zone 3, leaving a little early through that zone.
Kind of awkward way. I mean, I would have to say I like the way he treated outside zone 1, but at the same time, there was a sizable mistake of him leaving outside zone 3 and a little bit of adjustment because he was offline, leaving outside zone 3 a little early. Right there, looks like it was a good enough, or that was a very good way of taking care of outside zone 1. And right here, he looks like he was doing good going into outside zone 3, but he does over-rotate slightly in the middle of it. So very fluid, nice clean run. But I would have to say the mistake that he made at outside zone 3 is going to affect him on the style side of things as well.
One of my buddies says they need to get that cone guy an ice cream cone after the event. It's not a bad idea.
We'll try to. I'll try to grab him a beer or two. Or maybe they're too young to drink.
There you go, 87. So same as his first qualify run.
All right, so the next driver up is car number 808, Manabu Fujinaka, All Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing with the FD3S RX-7. He's sitting on an incomplete, but I remember his run being very, very good up until he, I think, spun out or something.
Yeah, outer zone 3, I believe it was. He came very aggressive to the 3-2-1 like he's doing right now. Here he is coming around to this outer zone 1.
Whoa!
Taking out that cone. Adjusting herself out of that outer zone 1. But man, listen to this 3-rotor just rip right here through outer zone 3.
Man, that was a very aggressive way to take outside zone 1. Not clean, and I'm not going to say it's the most fluid, but I would have to say very aggressive and a lot of commitment. And there were a few things that he was doing throughout outside zone 3 too. He wasn't able to kick the car out to angle as much as he did earlier because he was probably scared of becoming in the same situation as he was in the first run. So he was a little shallow, trying to fix his car, and there was a lot of adjustments going, leaving out of outside zone 3. But he was able to put down a score this time, so let's see where he's going to stand after this run.
Yeah, he had his few corrections, one leaving outer zone 1, and then right there through outer zone 2, you saw how he adjusted his angle there and how he was going to approach outer zone 4. Because once again, like I was saying before, outer zone 4, you're going straight to a wall. So there you go, 76. Hopefully that'll be enough to carry him into that top 32. But But next driver up, sitting at the line, not sitting in a pretty spot with a 73. It's not a safe zone just yet. Number 80, Yuta Komatsu. He's in the Komatsu Racing Lexus IS. Got a nice little light upgrade. He was rocking some yellow tinted lights last few events, and here he is with these newer version of the IS lights here into the outer zone 1. Nice deep into outer zone 1, getting right back on it, kicking some angle right there through outer zone 2, and then right back on it right here, hesitating just a little through that outer zone 3, and just missing that outer zone 4.
Well, that was a good job at outside zone 1. Leaving outside zone 1, getting up back on throttle was not good. Wasn't as quick as he was supposed to compared to some of the drivers right here. He has to glide through, but I like the way he kicked it out, trying to get back on gas, trying to get into open the throttle up right there. Good job on outside zone 2. Then kind of hesitant, like you said, going through outside zone 3. So the commitment area and the fluidity of it, missing outside zone 4 too, that might hurt his score a little bit. But then definitely.
That's the thing. He was working the car and trying to put the car where he wanted it, but for when it comes to this competitive side for the qualifying, you got to make it. You have to make it look flawless. Because right there, it's easy to see. You can see the adjustments he was making to make sure his car is in those zones. And then whenever he was full throttle sending it, you could see outer zone 4, he missed that zone. So.
Yeah. So let's see what the
84.
84. So that angle was a very high score right there. So definitely going to put him into maybe a safe zone. 84, early 80s might be something close, but I would have to say that's ahead of a lot of the drivers too.
And I was going to say it before this popped up. You already saw the fans right there ready to go. Next up is number 4, Tetsuya Hibino in the LB Racing Liberty Walk Silhouette Works GTR R35. Got an 89 on his first qualifying run. He needs to bump himself up and be a contender for the top spot here for qualifying. Here he is coming around the 3-2-1, outer zone 1. Letting this 4-rotor single turbo R35 do his thing, and look at that right there. The flames he's shooting out.
Yeah, so like I was saying, the development of the car too. The car doesn't look like it's able to carry or hold a lot of angle. That's why I was saying it was very impressive for him to get an 89-point score on the first run, because I think in fact that the car is still, in the development stage where it's probably very, very hard to fight. But I think Hibino did a great job on his first run. Puts him in a good spot where he got an 89. Unfortunately, he gets an incomplete for a second run, but he's going to be moving on for tomorrow's top 32.
There you go. It's official. His incomplete. So 89 is what he's got to hope for to get a good spot in that top 32.
All right, so the next driver up is driving the Team Hirano Tire, car number 93, Monkey Ito, driving the JZX 100 Chaser. He is sitting on an 80. Like we were talking about, we don't know where the bubble is, but obviously you want to go for the top spot. So let's see what Ito's going to show us and what he has, what he's hiding from us so he can show us his abilities.
There he is coming up real aggressive through this 3-2-1. But looks like he dragged his knees like a little long there into the outer zone 1, not able to get all the way out deep into that zone. And there you go again, kind of manipulating his car to make sure he's filling the zone.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that was the cleanest run by Ito because, there was a big hesitation after outside zone 1. He didn't make it all the way out. It looked like he was doing a very slow motion initiation right here. A lot of e-brake dragging to the outside zone. Didn't make it into the outside zone 1. So that's already going to affect him a lot on the score. And doing the transition going from outside zone 2 to 3 doesn't look like he does a quick flick to throw the car into angle to outside zone 3. So this is going to be a hard one because I don't think this is going to top his 80 that he got earlier.
Yeah, most definitely. He kind of played with the car a little bit too much in those zones and wasn't committed to what he was putting down. So yeah, and like y'all asked, he is 2J powered, got a 68 for his second qualify run, so 80 is what he's gonna bank on for a top 32 spot.
So we could call this the teardrop, huh? Because it does look like a teardrop from the top, the drone.
True.
So entering the teardrop, that sounds okay, right? Because I know the Atlanta has a horseshoe. I think they call it the horseshoe, right?
Yeah. I can't think of anything slick to say, but here we are moving on to number 73, Ikuo Saito in the Motif Good Ride West Auto JJX 100. Got an 81 on his first qualify run, real deep into that 3-2-1 region, knocking 2 of those cones out, coming around to this outer zone 3. Little hesitant in entering into that outer zone 3. So we'll see if that's enough to give him a little bit higher score through that outer zone one, or not outer zone one, the first qualified run of 81.
Yeah, so it looks like his line was a little bit small on the outside zone 1, and he was very hesitant because he looked like he got on throttle, then he let off once and got back on it at the exit of outside zone 1. So I would have to say that's almost a late,
yeah, just keep
not as committed as he should be. But after that, he looks like he does a good job until he gets to here. After he flicks the car, he does become hesitant. The car wobbles a little bit. There's a slight wavering outside zone 3 because he didn't do it smoothly, and that's going to affect his score as well.
And then keep in mind, we're seeing a lot of these cones get knocked out. That just means that he's 2 wheels, whatever wheels off the course. There you go, 80 for his second qualify run. So you can see right there, that cone, the one cone got hit in front of the tire. So he was already 2 tires off the track there, entering into that outer zone 1.
Oh, so the 3-2-1 cone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that one cone, yeah.
Yeah, the one cone is like right on the outside of the line. So if it hits it by the bumper, we understand if the tires are thin. But if you're hitting it with the side of the car or the rear tire, you're pretty much tire off almost.
Exactly.
So. All right, so now another driver sitting on an incomplete car, number 963, Mizutani Motors, Marusho Racing S15 Sylvia, packed with the 2J. Daichi Mizutani is going to try to get a score for his second run.
So here he is coming through. Got an incomplete coming off the track there. Look at that, coming in real hot through outer zone 1 right here, but able to hang on. Nice job coming into this outer zone 2. Dipping just 2 tires right there through outer zone 3. Obviously, we don't want to see any tires, but just able to hang on to make a complete run and getting it in the books.
So once again, because of his outside zone 1 was pretty good. Gets into the outside zone 1. You can see the tire light up again. Maybe smaller on the line on the outside zone 2, but right here, since he was sliding off and he had to keep the car and he could not get back on throttle all the way until the end of outside zone 3, which is going to hurt his style score as well, because we want the car to be in total control. We don't want you to be gliding around waiting for the car to catch up with grip or try to gain angle or lose angle. Right there, washing out. That's not going to be good for Mizutani. Looking at the line score, I'm not sure what the judge is going to deduct there. But overall, I would have to say, you know, not too close on the outside zone 1 area. Then right here,
there you go, 77 for his.
Yeah, so that's going to be close, and I'm not even sure what the bubble is, but hopefully he can make it into the top 32.
Next up, sitting at the line, also has a 77 for his first qualify run. The 13-year-old, number 771, Hiroya Minoa with the Team Cusco Racing GR Yaris.
Yeah, impressive for a 13-year-old driving in a professional competition in a brand new car, or to him.
And here he is coming in real hot through that 3-2-1, carrying through that outer zone 1. Nice job, getting right back on it, coming into that outer zone 2. Beautiful job filling outer zone 2. And here he is, just dipping a tire 2 right there through outer zone 3. But definitely stepped it up from last run to make it exciting for these fans out here.
Wow, there was a hesitation leaving outside zone 3, but check this out, because look at this. I thought this was going to be too early, but he put it right where he wanted to. A little bit of wavering outside zone 1, going into outside zone 1, but nice job. Full angle to a lot of these outside zones. And right here, trying to get back on the throttle as soon as possible. Dips the tire at the end of outside zone 3, tries to adjust that too, but even including that adjustment with the deductions, I would have to say very impressive driving by a 13-year-old in a brand new car. Or a brand new to him car.
To him car, yes. He just stepped into that car. I think it was, I want to say a week, but I'm probably off. It's probably 2 weeks ago is whenever he tested. He actually posted on his social media, kind of giving the inside scoop of what's going on in the Cusco division. And so he stepped out of the A90.
85.
Boom, 85, jumping from a 77 to an 85. Huge increase for him. But like I said, stepping out of the Supra and getting himself into this GR Yaris.
Well, that pretty much puts him in a safe zone, I would have to say, for making it into the top 32. So pretty sure the team is happy. But let's go on to the next driver. The next driver is sitting on a 73 right now for the team Kazama with Power Vehicles. Car number 88, Ryo Okabe. He is ready to go.
Okabe got a 73 for his first qualify run. Let's see how he's going to do here. Kazama, Team Kazama with Power Vehicles carrying on 7 cars into this event. So let's see how their fate's gonna be for this event here. And here comes Okabe coming into this 3-2-1. Nice job here. Oh, just taking a little bit too hot there. Getting right back on shortly after outer zone 1. And here he is filling outer zone 2, dipping about a tire or 2 right there through that zone. But you can see how Okabe tried to turn it up just a little bit, but maybe too much for his liking.
Yeah, I would have to say it's a little bit more messier. He did not fill outside zone 1. Nice angle outside zone 2. But right here as well, he dips tire or on the line. I would have to, actually, you know what? That was actually, he put it where he was supposed to. But I'd have to say the mistake that he made at outside zone 1 is pretty sizable. And not being able to fill outside zone 1 is going to hurt his score very much. And having to adjust to put the car back onto the line he's supposed to be on is going to actually hurt him as well. So, and it looks like they're going to
there you go,
79. So he did up the score. He's up to a 79. So hopefully hopefully that's good enough to get him into the top 32 competition. Now, the track, they are laying down some chalk on
all the outer zones
that are disappearing. But let's go ahead and go to the pit reports. So let's go ahead and call out Marina because she's caught somebody. We can listen to what they have to say and whatever their interview is going to be. I'll translate that.
はい、こちらピットのマリリンです。続いてちょっと気になるマシンチェック、カーナンバー31番、そばぎり光大選手のピットにお邪魔しております。それではそばぎり選手のエンジン形式、馬力、車重を教えていただいてもよろしいですか。
まずエンジン型式は 2JZ ですね。で、馬力はだいたい700半ばぐらい、まあ750馬力ぐらい出てると思います。で、車重は1100ちょっとですね、30キロとかそんなもんですかね、1230キロとかです。はい。
沢桐選手の車種のここはちょっとすごい自慢ポイントありますか。
はい、GR86 に乗ってるんですけど、GR86 のフェンダーとかバンパーとか、全部エアロ系は自社で作ってます。オリジナルの自社エアロです。柴田のエアロです。そこが自慢なポイントです。
すべてオリジナルなんですね。はい、すごいですね。ということで最後に今回の意気込みお聞かせいただけますか。
はい、まず単走1本目終わって僕は87ポイントだったんですけど、もっともっと2本目は点数伸ばしてもっといいところで予選も通って皆様に応援してくれてる皆様にいい走りできるように頑張ります。はい、
ありがとうございます。沢桐選手でした。お返しします。
All right, so that was car number 31, Sobagiri. He is already sitting on an 87-point run, so I'm pretty sure he's comfortable, but he's rocking the 2J, and I think that's the NA motor built and made it turbo, but he said it makes about mid 700 horsepower. Car weighs 1230 kilogram-ish, and what's good about that car is, that's the Shibata Aero, which is, the company name and the team name for the GR86. So that's their fender and body kit and everything. So you can purchase it from Shibata, which also owns the 31 house. So you might want to go ahead and check that out too. And he said he's sitting on an 87, he's comfortable, but he would like to qualify higher and get a better score for his second run. So hopefully he could do that. But I'd have to say he has a very good car number, because my car number has been 31 when I was competing. So I'm cheering him on personally because of that.
I don't know. I think his might be because he's part of R31 house. But hey, that's just me saying. Andy was driving an R31 last year. But
yeah.
Next up right here at the line, got a 76. Not sure if that's going to be safe for him, but fan favorite on the, online, guys, right here is number 555, Yukio Fausto with the 5X Japan with Liberty Walk. Woo! Nice aggressive approach right there. Beautiful job carrying it through. That's what I'm talking about. Yukio Fausto found himself right there on the brake, laying it down, coming around into outer zone 4 here. Nice job through outer zone 4. And most definitely, that was an exciting run, and now I can't see the track because he does what he does best, is throw down some smoke.
All right, so guess the scores right now, guys, because I know that's going to be a good one. Let's check this out. A lot of commitment, a lot of angle right there. A little bit of adjustment on steering, but I'm not even going to count that. A lot of throttle, heavy right foot right here. Just a small adjustment going through the outside zone 3, but I would have to say this is a pretty nice run by Yukio Fausto, and this is the type of driver he is, and he's finally showing us today.
Exactly. Very exciting. Through smoke, all acceleration. And man, you can see right there the trail. You can see when he decels. Barely any decel throughout that track. We've seen a huge gap between outer zones 2 to outer zone 3. A huge decel in a lot of the cars, but you just saw right there that he was able to carry it through, get right back on it, and make it happen.
He got a 76 for his first run. This is definitely higher because it's a 92.
92 for his second qualify run. So congratulations to him. That's definitely going to solidify him a spot into that top 32.
Oh yeah, if you don't make it in with the 92, something's wrong.
The judges are doing something wrong.
Yeah, we're wrong.
All right, next up at the line is going to be 19, Yuichi Amagai going against with the Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style S15. Got a 79 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, this driver is capable of getting those high numbers on the qualifying board as well, so let's see what he can do.
Here he is coming in real aggressive. A lot of momentum into this outer zone 1, but look at that, holding on to it, making it happen, swinging around to the outer zone 2, transitioning back around here through outer zone 3. And man, I love watching the second runs from all these drivers because they really step it up.
Just imagine if they did this on the first run, and imagine what the second runs would be like.
And 92 wouldn't be a safe run for Yukio Fausto.
So here we go right here. Amagai does a good job in outside zone 1, leaves the outside zone a little early, but fills it fairly well. Doesn't go all the way out on the outside zone 2. A little bit of wavering going towards there. I like the way he flicked it, but doesn't throw it all the way out to the outside zone 3. But I would have to say very impressive run by Amagai. He doesn't, I guess the aggressiveness is there, but he's still a little bit more choppier than what we saw with the other drivers that has a heavy foot where they just lay down the gas. He's kind of adjusting throughout the track. But I would have to say very, very impressive driving, and I think that's going to be a pretty higher score for as a style judge.
And we'll see here, but right there you can see there's the pits. That was the track layout right there for FDJ2. 82 for his second qualify run, so a 3-point bump for him. Should be good, but we'll have to see here.
Yeah, so like right there, the line, like I was saying, he did leave a little on the table, but hey, that's a lot better than the 79, so good job by him. Now let's move on to the next driver.
Next driver up is going to be number 212, Ryutaro Oe in the Awa Tire Japan Environment Development Racing S15. Got an incomplete on his first qualify run. He's been on and off. He's had aggressive approaches, and then he's had some off ones where he went too aggressive. But look at this, coming real aggressive. Can he hold on this time? Coming around to outer zone 1. Nice job, but too much angle. Unable to carry it through to outer zone 2. Very unfortunate. That's his second incomplete. He unfortunately will not make it in the top 32.
Watching him at even Ebisu round where he incompleted both the times, if he was able to finish the run, it would have been a higher score. So he's almost like a hit or miss guy. And yes, he's been missing for the past few rounds, but let's see when he hits, it's going to be big. Hopefully he's back stronger and more accurate for the next round.
And yes, he's coming from FDJ2 from last year, and I'm going to say from last year to this year, he's really stepped up his aggression. And that's the big thing here. You're now at the pro, the top series here in Japan. You have to step it up, you have to give flair, and you have to put a name out there for yourself. So being safe, I mean, he podiumed a few times. Being safe and everything like that was good in the FDJ2 series for him, but now he's trying to make a difference.
Yeah, so he's trying really hard, and I think, you know, the hard work is going to work out for him one of these days soon. So let's keep an eye out for him, but let's go ahead and move on to the next driver.
Number 38, Tadahiro Fukada, a day one right here in the JZX 100 Mark II. Kind of held off there, looked very, very safe approaching outer zone 1. Got an 82 on his first qualifier run, filling the zones very nicely. But like we said, he's not the type that comes out and throws that flair and that craziness. He's the one that does what, you know, he needs to get done. He fills the zones, and he tries to put just enough taste into his run.
Yeah, so look at this. That's a good sizable e-brake pull right there, and also very shallow to the rate of angle as well. Not as high as some of the drivers that we've seen and what we want to see. And that's one thing, you know, being able to flick the car and going from straight to full angle really quick is very harder than kind of doing it safely. So I'd have to say Fukada, obviously, this is his style of driving, so he is being accurate on the line, trying to stay tight on the outside lines, and kind of keeping it the safe route.
Yeah, most definitely. There you go. There's another view of the pits, but there you go, 79. So definitely dropped him down, got an 82 on his first qualifier run.
Yeah, so he got a 82, so that obviously keeps him in the safe area, I think. But let's go ahead and check out the next driver who got an 85 for his first run. This is Junji Yamamoto in his 5X2 JZF EPS.
Got an 85 on his first qualifier run. He's stepping it up, has been very aggressive. Let's see how aggressive he's going to be on his second qualifier run. It looks like he's coming in with a lot of momentum in outer zone 1 right there. Oh man, just able to hang on, getting right back on the throttle, swinging it back around to this outer zone 3, riding the back edge of outer zone 3. Nice job there. And we'll see if that's enough to boost his points up.
Yeah, as a style judge, I'd have to say it was kind of similar to what he did earlier. I would have to say very exciting to see, but not as accurate as some of these drivers where there's a slight adjustment here and there on the driving. It looks like he misses outside zone 2. And right here, having to wait a little bit more until he gets a little deeper into outside zone 2. But I would say he's already sitting on an 85, so I would have to say that you know.
I mean, hands down, I have to say he stepped it up from how he's doing yesterday during practice to what he's doing today. Especially in the commitment category when it comes to that outer zone 1.
Oh yeah, definitely, like way more than how he was before.
But yeah, for all those rotary lovers, making it happen with an 86 right there, so bumped him 1 point up right there. 86, that's a good number right there.
86. Should have been a 77 because then it's RX-7. So 77 probably isn't good enough right now, so never mind. All right, now the next driver up is Takumi Sato from Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, driving the JZX 100 Chaser. They all have the Motis livery. Awesome, clean car, and I think he's from all the way up from Hokkaido or something, way up north in Japan. So very hard to get to the events to travel. Here we go, Sato's
got
second run.
67 on his first qualifier run. Not the approach in the huge correction through outer zone 2. Yeah, it's that's all she wrote right there. Outer zone 2, huge correction. That's going to be an incomplete for Sato. Is 67 going to be a good enough score to be in that top 32? Like I said before, there's 48 drivers. 16 of the drivers are going to be going home tonight.
Or staying to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, or they're going to transition over to fans.
Or they might
Supporters.
spot for some drive, I'm not sure.
That's true.
They got teammates. or come half day because they drink too much tonight. I'm not sure. But that's an incomplete by Sato. Hopefully he could come back stronger because I'm not sure, but like I said, 67 is not, doesn't sound too good.
Next up, already at the line is going to be number 218, Konosuke Fujimoto in the D-Dash Racing S15. Got a 77 on his first qualify run. One of the first to take a bad spill into the outer zone 1 wall. Damage you can see right there on his right side, rear fender collapsing, all of that. But hey, they fixed all the arms and everything, and here he is, ready to compete. 77, coming in real hot into outer zone 1. Letting the car settle a little bit too long through that outer zone 1, and here he is transitioning over into the outer zone 3, dipping 2 tires right there. So not the cleanest run that we've seen from Fujimoto. But we'll see if it was enough for these judges to give him a boost in his points.
Yeah, getting back on throttle once again is a little late at the outside zone 1, but I like how he's committed. A little bit of wavering going into outside zone 1, and I would have to say there's a lot of adjustment coming out of outside zone 3. From right here, trying to keep the car within the line, doesn't want to go too out, so he had to kind of reinitiate, get the car going again. So I would have to say very similar to what he was able to, get for his first run.
Here you go, the chase drone here coming around outer zone 1, 82. Man, the low 80s seems like it's getting close to that bubble.
Yes, it is. So if you're sitting on an 80 and you're like, yeah, I'm okay. Let me do the J teeth air intake sucking noise. I don't know, that might be a close one,
We'll see how close this guy's gonna go. Number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his Team Fusco Racing GR86. Got an 83 on his first qualify run. Stepping up from FPJ2. Here he is, coming in real high, carrying in hot momentum into outer zone 1. Getting right on throttle right after the outer zone 1, and there he is swinging into outer zone 3. Beautiful job riding that back line of outer zone 3 and filling outer zone 4.
Good job by Kaneda. I'd have to say that's going to be a fairly good score for him. But 2 things right here. He settles and gets into it, but right here after this, he has to readjust himself going from 1 to 2, where a lot of the other drivers that got a super high score was just going all the way through. And the adjustment also going into outside zone 3, he was a little hesitant getting on throttle. So I would have to say the rate getting to angle for the outside zone 3 wasn't as high as some of the other drivers. But
yeah,
very good job by Kaneda.
Yeah, and definitely for line, he filled the zones like he's supposed to, but the biggest thing is maybe angle might be affected because like Robbie was saying, that transition from outer zone 2, which you might see here, that flick back around, he kind of, you saw him brake a little bit to adjust himself and not come in as hot and hard as we wanted to see. There you go, 89 for his qualify run.
Wow, 89 points by Kaneda. Very impressive run there. So a lot of pressure on all these other drivers who are in the 80s.
Next up at the line, he unfortunately didn't make it to the line for his first qualify run, but here he is, number 33, Junya Ishikawa with a Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy GR86.
Debuting this new car.
Right here,
coming in super hot.
In the outer zone 1, just able to hold on right there. But you can see how he let his car settle into that outer zone 1, and here he is filling outer zone 3 beautifully, and then coming in real hot to that outer zone 4. Nice job through outer zone 4. And we'll see, unfortunately, he didn't make his first qualify run, which I'm pretty sure he was mad because he was trying to get back on the course saying, hey, I'm ready to go. But unfortunately, driver after him was already ready. And there you go right there.
Man, is that on the line or what? But
right on it.
I would have to say the rate to angle coming from outside zone 1 to 2, it looked like he was making a lot of adjustments there. But I would have to say there's a lot of throttle and there's a lot of adjustment as well. You can see that you can hear the car when he's clutching in and getting back out very quickly. So it sounds really, really busy. But at the same time, there's a lot of commitment on this run. So let's see what the score is going to turn out to be.
So here's the drone footage. Like Robbie said, right here, debuting his car, coming all the way up from Hiroshima.
Yeah, Hiroshima.
But also keeping the tradition that they've had with the GR engine.
Hey.
Quick right there, 86.
Oh no, what's going on?
Yeah,
What's
this
going
is
on?
wrong driver. It looks like it was an 86. We're going to get a confirmation on that. But I believe 86 is going to be what he's going to carry into his qualify. And like I was saying, he has a GR-powered, twin-turbo GR-powered new GR86.
So a little bit of confusion there. There was an 86. I didn't know if the GR86 got an 86 or Nagase got an 86. And Nagase's probably sitting at the light being like, cool, I got a 6-point increase just sitting here.
Yeah, I know, but he, there you go.
That's an 86.
Official, got an 86 for his GR86.
I think they planned that.
Wait, you can't say they because you're part of the they.
No, the team.
Yeah, but you gave the score for the 86.
No, that's why the team did an 86-point run on purpose.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
okay. Not the judges giving the score of an 86.
How would I know?
Okay. Next up, he got an 80. You guys already saw his score from previously. It's going to be number 75, Koji Nagase in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. Let's see how he's going to perform. He needs to bump that 80 up a little higher because we're not sure where this bubble is. And there you go, leaving outer zone 1, coming around to this outer zone 2. Nice job through outer zone 2. Filling outer zone 2, but not sure what happened right there. Couldn't get right back on it. He was trying to control his car from over-rotating, and he went ahead and over-rotated.
Man, 80. I don't even know where that sits. Maybe he's going to be okay, but I'd be a little uncomfortable sitting on an 80, hoping to be into the top 32. But not being able to get a score for the second run is going to hurt, maybe. But he was challenging to do something different, maybe. I'm not sure what happened right here. Maybe he had a brain freeze outside zone 3, but he was not able to finish the track. So that's an incomplete for Nagase.
Boom, official right there, incomplete. So 80 is what he's going to bank on. Next up at the line, right there, ready to go. 79 is what he has right now. It's going to be number 24, Takatoshi Imamaida in the 5X tire Navigate Penske Kerosene MJC S14. This man right here is a very aggressive driver. I expect a lot of crazy driving out of him through this course. Got a 79, so he probably feels not so safe. And here he is coming around real hot in outer zone 1, getting right back on it through that zone. There you go, that smoke trail, carrying it through. Let's see this transition over to outer zone 3 here. Nice job. A little shallow in that outer zone right there, but just trying to keep that flair and style throttling through outer zone 3.
Yeah, so there was a moment where he looked like he was waiting to get comfortable to get back on throttle at outside zone 1, like right here. There's a long wait after the e-brake pull, or the e-brake pull was kind of a sizable one. He does kick a lot of angle, but he does have to pull out a little angle out of outside zone 3 to be able to make it around outside zone 3. So very not as clean or smooth or super exciting as the other drivers, so I would have to say average on style score, and it really depends on what his line and angle score is going to be.
There you go, 79. So it looks like he tied his previous qualifier run. We'll see if that's going to be enough for him, but it looks like at the line, ready to go. You just saw the interview by him is going to be number 31, Korai Sobagiri in the Shibata Racing Team Cylon Tire GR86. So he was saying the exterior they put on, or the kit, right?
It's their kit. They sell the kit.
There you go.
Yeah.
So here he is coming into outer zone 1. Nice job, real hot into outer zone 1. Adjusting himself a little bit, leaving that zone, and here he is ripping back around into this outer zone 3 here. Riding the line, looks like a tire might have dipped, but yeah, beautiful job, beautiful car. And like Robbie was just saying, it's their team or their company's build of the GR86, the kit is.
Yeah, so right here, going in, flick, nice flick right there, but a long e-brake that's kind of obvious to keep his speed. But that's maybe because he's charging really hard into the turn. Right here, a little bit of wavering coming outside zone 3 too, but he had to wait a little bit for outside zone 3 to settle the car, to get it adjusted. So I would have to say very similar to what he did earlier as the style judge, but looking at the line and angle, it's going to be a totally different story added all together. So let's see how he's going to do for his second run.
So he got an 87 for that first qualify run.
I would have to, my guess would be similar or maybe a point or two more.
We'll see here shortly. There's this. There you go, 83.
Ooh, actually, he lost some line score right there, so I was way off. That's why I'm not gonna judge. You guys are better than I am.
Next up, we'll see what they say for this guy. Got number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in the vacancy with weld cockpit Kobe. 180SX got an 80 on his first qualify run. Let's see how he's gonna do here for his second qualify run. Coming up into this 3-2-1 right here. Oh, coming in real hot. Is he gonna be able to hold on to it? Oh, just able to save his car, but not able to save that run.
Yeah, so as you can tell by watching the camera on the outside zone 1, when the guys run the run up to the outside zone 1, depending on what the speed is and grip level is, there's so many different variances. But like he doesn't kick so much angle going into outside zone 1, like right here. So he's a little late to the angle. So it's more frightening to go shallow, so the car gets pushed out to the outside and it feels like you're going to go into the wall. You automatically don't get back on gas, doesn't bring the rear end around, and that was a very close one for Kubo, but like you said, he was able to save it, but he couldn't save the run, so that was an incomplete.
Next, already at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 666, Shinichi Mano, and it's Vittor Racing with Chari Boy Style, 1 Via. 76 for his first qualify run. Definitely going to have to step it up here for his second run. Second qualify run for this event. Here he is coming into outer zone 1. He's got to get right back on it. Coming into this outer zone 1. Looks like he's being pretty safe through these zones.
All right, so it looks like he's coasting around, and the way he was sliding around right now after the finish line looked like he's not gripping as much as he is, but I think that might be from the lacking of the power. But right here, it looks like Mano does a good job getting to angle, not as quick as he's supposed to be, but getting to the angle, or not as quick, but finally getting to the angle, going into the outside zone 1. Very smooth and fluid run. But I'd have to say very not as high.
The intensity wasn't high, yeah.
Yeah, like it's a very safe, it's a very low energy run overall.
So we'll see here what the judges have. 86 for his second, so he got a 76, so a huge point increase for him.
Oh wow, 86.
Next at the line, he took first in qualifying last year. It's going to be number 888, Kenji Yamada. So he didn't do much practice. He didn't get any practice yesterday. Came in today, ready to go. Practiced a lot all this morning. We'll see how he does. Got an 82 on his first qualifying run. He's with the Ladada Club Racing BL S15. Rocking the SR here still. Coming into outer zone 1. kind of playing with the throttle a little through that zone and just settling in, trying to get all the way out to outer zone 2. Definitely not as aggressive as he usually is. He's usually right back on the throttle, but looks like he's letting his car settle into too many of these zones.
Yeah, like you were saying, I think this is better than his first run. Right here, getting back on throttle, and the rate to angle is fairly good, and I think it was better than his first one. Right here, waiting a little bit too much to get settled might hurt him. Might hurt him on his score, but I would have to say very clean run and fluid on the outside zone 1 as well. So.
Yeah, he definitely filled the zones, but I don't know, he just missed that dynamic flare, and it looks like he was just doing a little bit more adjusting than we're used to. So we're about 3 hours into this qualify session. 82 is what he's going to take. So it looks like he got an 82 on his first qualify run and 82 for his second. Hopefully that is going to be enough. But just like I was saying, we're about 3 hours into this qualify session. We're coming down to, I believe, our last 15 drivers. Next up at the line is going to be number 99, Kazuya Matsukawa from Hiroshima Toyota with Team Droopy in the 8085, powered by a GR, 1GR.
Or 2GR? 1GR?
I think it's 1GR. Okay. Twin turbo coming into that 3-2-1. Nice job, coming in real aggressive, and right there, getting right back on it. Dipping a tire there, but man, that car is screaming through outer zone 4.
All right, so style judge-wise, probably very similar to his first run. Very exciting, a lot of throttle. Look at his quickness, getting to the high rate of angle right there, getting back on throttle, going into outside zone 1. A lot of throttle throughout the track transition. Throttle, a little bit of adjustment going through outside zone 3, but a lot of throttle going into outside zone 3 as well. Fairly similar style score to the first run. Now it really depends on the line and the angle scores.
Yeah, he got an 88 for his first qualify run, so we'll see if this run was enough to boost his score, but I mean...
That's a couple of tires dipping on outside zone 3,
yeah.
So that's going to actually hurt the score, I'm guessing.
So we'll see here. Right there's the pedestrian bridge for the spectators and for the spotters.
They got the little stream there. Oh.
83 for his second qualifier run. So 88 for after his first one is going to be the one he's going to have to carry over. But yeah, that stream right there, that's the pedestrian bridge after the bridge for the vehicles.
All right, so they're going to go ahead and chalk the track again, so it's easier for us to see, and also the drivers and the spotters to be able to see, and also the spectators as well. So this is the area, this is not scored. Being in the box, not being in the box, it doesn't really matter. We're just gauging the car from how far they are from that outside line as a style score. And this is just for us to see, and it's easier to see when there's an object there, when they're tracing over the line. So it's easier for some of you to see too. Only when the lines are there, but obviously, the cars are driving over it, and then the tires are going to go ahead and black it out.
They almost caught me sleeping on the camera.
So
now they're switching back and forth.
They're looking at that camera, and I'm going to try to do the same thing, because we're looking at this camera, and we see you guys as well. And when they switch over to the other one, we're going to go ahead and look at, nope, I guess not. It's the...
Run out on the field.
The Nobodies, yeah. So here, the supporters and the sponsors that we have for the series, thank you very much. And we have the Nobodies, and we have some of the booths out here. If you do have the time, if you're in the Okuibuki area in the Shiga Prefecture, come on out and check out some drifting. It's going to be an exciting day. It might get a little wet tomorrow, I'm not sure, but make sure you're out here. Or if you don't want to come out.
I got to say, though, I'm cutting you off, I'm sorry. We're 3 hours plus in. There's people all over the world. They're like saying, let's go, let's just go. And hey, we're right there with you. But I want to say thank you all out there for staying up with us. That's a big thing. staying up with us for qualifying. Tomorrow's going to be just as intense. We're going to be doing top 32 and top 16. So thank you fans out there for viewing and listening into us. There's our few food vendors.
Oh, they said they got a frozen ice or shaved ice with strawberry or something. But yeah, there you go. If you come out to the event, you get a free flag too, FT Japan flag. There you go, man. They got the, I think that's cow tongue. And there's some crazy food compared to some other countries. There's kebab, and there's a start gate, and Tanaka pulling up.
But yeah, we love you guys. I see the comments now, but looks like Tanaka is ready to go. Got it incomplete. He's ready to get all these nerve jitters out of the way. He's got the V-Style Good Eye with Tetsujin JZX 100 Chaser, ready to make it happen. He has to throw down. Let's see what he's gonna do for his second qualify run and see if he can complete a solid run, because he came in real aggressive into outer zone 1.
Yeah, he's capable of doing an impressive run. Here we go.
Nice job coming into outer zone 1 right there. Getting right back on it there. Here he is. Can he carry it through to this outer zone 3? A little shallow in that outer zone 3. But you can see how he hesitated because he wanted to keep control of the car and make sure that he got a solid run in the books.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt his fluidity and commitment in the outside zone 3 area. Right there, tries to get back on throttle as fast as possible, but not super committed. And right here, having to adjust himself to get through outside zone 3. It's really, as I talk about it over the replays, it looks different from the camera angles and stuff like that, and watching it live as well. So I want you to understand some of the parts. It's a little off. You might think like Robbie's dumb and doesn't know what he's talking about, and maybe that's the truth. But not as impressive as what he usually can do.
If anything, I sound more dumb than you because I'm like, oh, that's a phenomenal run. And then I watched the replay and I was like, wait, he wasn't in that zone. He wasn't in this zone. He left early here. 79 is what he's going to take. Hopefully this is going to be enough for him.
Fingers crossed.
But yeah, definitely, like many of y'all were asking earlier, and this is live. Everything we say is live. Every mistake we make is live. So you have to bear with us. You know, we're human just like y'all. We see only so much. Our eyes catch only so much. And then the replays catch everything else for us to see it again. But look, coming up next right here, sitting at a 97, impressive 97 is going to be number 530, Wataru Masuyama in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. 97. He needs a solid run. He's tied right now for first, and here he is coming around, swinging it back around. Nice job through outer zone 1. Hard angle, carrying it through to outer zone 2. Here's the transition into that outer zone 3. Just holding on, dipping 2 tires into that outer zone 3.
He went for it. Definitely went for it.
He really did. I mean, it's still going to be very impressive. When you dip about 3, when you get to that 3rd tire, that's when it comes an incomplete, but he just was able to hold on through that outer zone 3. Look at that, right on the throttle, right at the start of outer zone 1, and carries it through to outer zone 2, and then right back on it through outer zone 3, and look at that. That just shows how much momentum, and then he gives a little love tap to the wall right there in outer zone 4, but that just shows how much momentum he carried from outer zone 1 to 2, and then he comes into 3 so high that even with all that throttle he had, it couldn't pull him back into the trap. It just kept him right there on that threshold.
Oh, you know, these 97-point drivers are gunning for a high score because they're tied right now, and we're going to have to go to their second best score.
Exactly. But man, look at that, like commitment all the way, and then just bumping that wall too. That just keeps that extra flair and that little, you know, icing on the cake right at the end.
Yeah, he
89. Got dinged on the line, probably due to that outer zone 3 where he dipped the 2 tires. So very unfortunate, but hey, 89 still solid. He's gonna have to see how the rest of these drivers, but on top of that, how Daigo Saito is gonna do on his second qualify run. But next up, we have number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with the Team Cusco Racing GR86, got an 84 on his first qualify run. Let's see what he is going to throw down. All these drivers have a chance at top contender coming around the outer zone 1, carrying that one cone all the way through outer zone 1, ripping it back around a little late, and dipping a tire there through outer zone 3. And not the cleanest run from Kusaba, but an 84 for his first qualifier run. Is this going to be enough to boost it up?
I'm not sure. I'm not the line judge, but initiation, check this out. He runs over the yellow cone on the back tire, carries it around outside zone 1. Right here, misses a good sizable amount outside zone 3, and ends up dipping tires at the end of outside zone 3. So I'm the style judge, so I'm going to have to go with the mistakes that he made, and if he's not committed or how fluid he is throughout the track. But if I was a line judge, I'm not going to say what they should do and what they shouldn't do because that's not my area. But there was quite a few mistakes that Kusaba did make.
83 right there. So his first qualifier run with an 84 is what he is going to hope for the top 32 spot.
Yeah, and we still have like 3 drivers in the top upcoming drivers that are in the 70s.
Yeah, so we'll see here, but next driver up coming all the way from the U.S. is going to be number 21, Ken Gushi with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Motis Lexus RC. Got an 82 on his first qualifier run, and here he is coming through this 3-2-1 right into outer zone 1. Coming around to this outer zone 2, beautiful job, nice smoke trail around outer zone 2, manipulating this large vehicle through this tight track here.
Wow. So here we are. I think it's the weight of the car, and this might be the max he can do in this car because of the flick. He has to start early to wait for the car to settle. Not as hard as a flick as the other drivers do, the rate of ankle, but the rest of the area is very fluid, able to get back on throttle as early, and very precise on the line. So very impressive driving by Ken Gushi.
Yeah, look how deep he was right there in outer zone 4. So nice job carrying this car through those zones, but is it gonna be enough for the style judge to give that wow factor to his run? I mean, big thing Robbie said on his first qualifier run is the frustrations that he ran into when he was competing in the U.S. is having to fly out here, not getting the practice session in that chassis and getting used to that car and the power band and everything like that, and just literally coming out during practice sessions, getting it in. There you go, 86 for his second qualifier run.
Hey, he got an 86, drives a GR86 in the States, so that's his thing.
It is.
That's his jam.
GR86 powered by
1GR, yeah.
1GR. So next up at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 61, Mao Yamanaka. He's a champ from last year for FDJ2 in the Good Ride Motorsports S15. Got a 75 for his first qualifier run. Took up some extensive damage, not too extensive, but took some damage from outer zone 4 when his steering locked up. But look at him coming in real hot sideways through outer zone 1. Definitely cool entry right there, but maybe not the most chaseable entry in a tandem battle. But look at that right there, throwing it all out there and giving some flair to the people out here checking him out.
Man, this is going to be hard for the other judges too, because I'm just going to be looking at the way he threw it in and how much throttle. But right here, I like the way he flicks it, very nice, but gets on throttle a little too early. Is not able to get back on the line that he wanted to until he got to outside zone 2. Everything else looked very impressive, very a huge amount of throttle throughout the track. Oof.
Filling all of that outer zone 3, but yeah, the outer zone 1's definitely that's what sets you up for success, is getting finishing off outer zone 1 and then moving on to the rest of the zones. But there you go, you can see how high we are in the mountains. Beautiful scenery, amazing to wake up to this. But my allergies may not agree. There you go, 82.
Is that gonna be enough?
I don't know.
I don't know where the bubble's at now, so I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm not even going to mention it anymore. Whoever is going to qualify is just going to qualify. You'll find out after all these runs.
Exactly, and you'll find out. Check out the, what is it, the Instagram, Formula Drift Japan Instagram.
Yeah, they'll post who made
it up
it
on
through.
there. I'll make sure they get an English version out there so y'all can check out and see who made it. Next up is going to be Kazumi Takahashi and his TMS Racing Team Cylon tires, E92 BMW. Got an 80 on his first qualify run, and here he is coming in with some momentum carry into the outer zone 1. He needs to get right back on this, coming into this outer zone 2. Just grazing outer zone 2 there, and here he is ripping into the outer zone 3. Once again, could be a little deeper into that zone. It seemed like he played it a little shallow in all the zones.
Yeah, once again, same thing. His car is fast, and he's coming in really hot. It's just that controlling it, he's not able to control it because it gets a little wonky and sloppy here at outside zone 2. And I would have to say, you know, he has the ability in the car to be able to lay down the runs that we saw that are in the high 90s. But the small mistakes that he makes, where there's a tire dip at outside zone 1 and adjustment going into outside zone 2, and so on and so on with the track.
I like the finish there, so on and so on.
Yeah, I just stopped blabbing because I'm pretty sure everybody's tired of hearing it.
No, but you're right, definitely. He could have filled the zones a little deeper, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, I think this car...
82 right there.
So I'd have to say the car's not, the balance is off for this track because it looks like it grips up, it looks like it's very fast, but it doesn't look like he's able to smoothly maneuver the outside zones. But 82, so let's see where that's going to keep him later.
Next up is going to be number 87. This guy's sitting at a 97 right now, tied. He has to score higher than a 89. It's going to be Daigo Saito. A lot of y'all know him from the big jump. Here you go with a Trail Motor Apex Racing Team Art 86. G86. Oh! Not phased. Not phased. Taking out a little piece of his fender bumper right there. Coming around outer zone 3.
Wow. So he's like, so that means in their words of going harder is they're just like, let me just initiate later and go faster on the straightaway and just throw the car. If he threw a little bit more angle earlier, maybe that would have helped. But he did go in late. A sizable mistake by Daigo Saito here. Very impressive. I would have to say commitment level is like very, very high, but then the fluidity is going to be low.
Yeah. But man, not even phased by the cushion barriers right there. Still throwing down a phenomenal run through the rest of the zones.
Yeah, it's a sizable mistake by Daigo Saito at the outside zone 1, leaving the zone. He has to, you know, come out almost straightening or adjustment in the angle because of the contact he had in the back. But he just kept going, and that's what you got to do when you're about to eat it. You just got to go.
Exactly, 76.
Yeah, 76. I mean, he still got 97 on his first run. That's pretty impressive. Like,
oh, hands down, but at the same time, he's already an impressive driver. His name alone already, you know, kind of...
Really? I've never heard of Daigo Saito until...
How about Yuji Saito? Next up, Yuji Saito, number 23, got a 76 on his first qualify run. Coming real aggressive this time because that 76 is not safe at all. Looks like he hesitated a little through outer zone 1. Nice shot through outer zone 2, but let's see how he's going to finish off the rest of the course. Looks like he's dipping a little bit of a tire slash right in that line on outer zone 3 and real deep in that outer zone 4.
Once again, long e-brake pull. Watch this. Locked all the way. So I don't know. It's not as impressive as the other drivers that we saw in the 80s and the 90s. Hopefully this will get him into the 80s and the line and stuff. Right there, almost straightening, getting into outside zone 4. This is going to actually hurt him in the score. So let's see what he's got.
We'll see here, got a 76 on his first qualify score. Let's see if that was enough to bump his score up. There you go, 80 for his final score for qualifying. Currently leading right now is going to be Wataru Masuyama. Got a 97 on his first qualify score, and then he bumped it to an 89. So right now sitting in the top position. But let's see how this top driver right here, back-to-back champ, let's see how he's going to do. Number 8, Koichi Yamashita, Team Weld in the JZX 100 Mark II, got a 77 in his first qualify run. He had to clean a lot of the areas up. Let's see how he's going to clean it up here for his second qualify run. A little hesitation through outer zone 1, but there you go, right back on it, coming back around, settling his car, and then coming back into outer zone 3. Nice job filling that zone and filling outer zone 4. But he definitely took away through the commitment, not getting right back on it right away.
Yeah, so I would have to say, you know, his strong point on this track is probably not going to be the full commitment area where the rate to angle to the high angle isn't as high as some of the drivers that we saw, but he is very precise on the line and gets on throttle pretty early. So I'd have to say that's not his strong point, being super committed, but he's a very advanced driver where he's very, how can I say it? He's good at controlling the car and keeping it within the line. So let's see what this score is going to do for him.
Yeah, he's currently sitting in 5th position right now. Back-to-back champ, 2020, 2021 champ here. Trying to get a 3-peat. There you go, 83. So nice, safe improvement on his qualify run. Huge improvement. We'll see if it's enough for him and what standings is going to put him into qualifying, or into the top 32. But next up at the line is going to be sitting in 3rd right now, number 57, Kanta, in the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 Chaser. Unfortunately, Suenaga's not going to be able to compete due to engine issues.
Man, sitting in 4th and not being able to compete is just, it's tough.
Exactly. Look at this, Kanta coming in. Wow, with some aggressive momentum into outer zone 1. Nice job controlling it, coming out real strong into this outer zone 2. Flicking it back, looks like he flicked it a little too early for that zone, but able to catch it and get back into that zone through outer zone 3 and 4.
So he's trying to better the score right here because he's sitting on a 92. I'm pretty sure he wants to get onto the top spot, but let's go ahead and check this out right here. Very committed, but I would have to say, I guess the early on angle of the car going into the outside zone 1 doesn't seem like it's as much as the other drivers. So the commitment level doesn't seem as high, but he does come in with a lot of heat, and he does trace the line or trace the outside zone. A very good job. And he gets back on throttle fairly early too. So good job by Kanta.
So we'll see here, total what it's going to tally up. It's going to boost his 92 point first qualifier run.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it's not. Got him at 87.
Yeah, so it's not going to be as good, but he is sitting on a 92, which is already impressive enough. So good job by Kanta. And now we're going to the 2nd place in the series right now for FD Japan. Hokuto Matsuyama driving TMAR GR86 Trail Motor Apex Racing.
Yeah, took first at Sugo. Took first in another series, and here he is trying to defend it right here. Let's see how he's going to do. Got an 89 on his first qualify run. Coming out with some hard angle, but committing to it. And look at that, carrying that transition over into this outer zone 3. Just riding that back line, maybe right there giving it time, but oh my gosh, beautiful job right there through outer zone 4. Oh, I thought qualifying was done and over with, but right there, he stepped it back up.
No, we still got
woke us
two more
back up.
drivers. Yeah, you got two more drivers. We got the current second place right there. Look at that nice flick. I like that. And a lot of throttle all the way through. Hard flick right here. Look at how much angle he's carrying through outside zone 3. That is very, very
Look,
impressive.
right here. Woo.
Right there. Actually, I'm gonna. There we go.
That's huge improvement from his 89-point first run. I mean, this is a contender right here. This is a pretty phenomenal run, especially the way he flicked it.
This is gonna be in the 90s for sure.
Oh yeah.
If I'm wrong, then I'm sorry.
Oh, 893.
Good job by Matsuyama. He got a 93. Very impressive. And he's right after his teammate Daigo Saito, who got a 97 as well. So.
Yeah, it looks like he might have bumped Kanta down right there. Ooh. But next up right here, Kanta's teammate coming back. He's going to get some revenge, try to get into this top spots for qualifying. Number 27, Masanori Kohashi in the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange S15 Sylvia sitting first in points right now. Currently sitting at a 225, so 15 points over Masayama. Coming in real high, able to hold on right there. Look at that right there, being on it into outer zone 2. Here he is transitioning into outer zone 3, dipping 2 tires right there, but coming right back on track. Wow, and throttling that.
Man, so that was a lot better than his first run, but I would have to say he had to adjust himself, leaving outside zone 1 to 2 right here. Let's go ahead and check this out. I love the way he flicked the car. Nice rate of angle, high angle, and that's what happened. He left foot brake a little bit too hard and upset the movement of the car going from outside zone 1 to 2. But I would have to say a lot more commitment than his first run.
Yeah, for sure. You can see right there the positioning of his car. Dipping 2 tires right there through outer zone 3, but right there riding that outer edge on outer zone 4.
Definitely better than the 82 because his first one was the 82 and it's going to be better than the 82, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a high 90 score because of a few of the mistakes where
the left foot braking, dipping 2 tires.
Yeah, 2 tires. Not making it all the way out to the outside zone 2. I have to check the replay again because I wasn't paying attention to the line. But that's it. That's, what, 48 drivers that we just saw, 2 qualified runs.
There you go, 85.
85, so that is higher than his first run, which is good. So he is in for sure.
So 96 runs that we got to talk about with y'all, 96 runs that Robbie got to judge. For all y'all around the world, thank you all for staying up, waking up early. I know one of the guys that hit me up, he woke up early to watch us. So thank you all. Thank you for your commitment, listening to us. And I know Robbie wants to say something.
Yeah, and before we go, make sure that we thank Teraoka and Shinkai that was picking up cones at the 3-2-1 cones.
Oh yeah, we got to get a picture of them.
Yeah, we're gonna go get a picture with them later, and we'll post it on the FD Japan Instagram, hopefully, or one of our personal Instagrams too. But thank you very much for watching, and thank you for the rest of the course workers as well for doing this. And thank you to Okuibuki Motorpark for giving us a playground to play on. And I'd like to also thank my fellow judges here, and thank you to the Formula Drift Japan members for making it out.
And yes, I believe Robbie has a schedule for tomorrow for the live. If anything, I think it's already posted on the YouTube channel where you could see the next viewing. The next viewing is going to be tomorrow for the top 32. And then after that, we're going to do top 16 ceremonies. There'll be like an hour or 2 break for the top 16 ceremonies.
Yeah, I have a picture of the schedule for tomorrow, so let's go ahead and check this out. I think the top 32 is going to start at 9:10, so make sure you're watching. That's 9:10 at Japan times, and after that, the top 16 opening ceremony is supposed to be at 12:40, so make sure you're back. And I think they're going to go ahead and post that on the Facebook pages as well. So yeah, thank you for joining us, and also a big thank you to the Formula Drift Japan workers and also the guys that are out here helping out and the crew. Very thankful. And we're going to go ahead and go to the pit report from Marina.
はい、こちらピットのマリリンです。単走優勝した増山選手にインタビューさせていただきたいと思います。本日の感想をお伺いしてもよろしいですか？
いやー、ありがとうございます。本当に嬉しいです。やっとここに帰ってこれたなって気になってます。はい。
かなりの高得点でしたけど、明日は自信ありますか？
そうですね、いつも単走でいい点が出れば追走もそれなりにいい感じになるんで楽しみでしょうがないです。はい。
優勝を目指して頑張ってください。おめでとうございます。増山選手でした。
All right, so there you go. There you go. That was Masayama, and most likely he did get first for qualify, but I want to make sure, double check, make sure we're right. But here you go. That's his qualifying run. That's a 97. He said he's really happy and he feels like I'm back. You know, he's back in his saddle, back in his confidence. And since he got a high score for qualify, he said he's really confident and doing really well in the tandem tomorrow. And we just wish him good luck tomorrow, and he just wants to have fun and have a good time. So looks like a very, very happy Masayama, and this is kind of cool to show that, you know, he's one of the top contenders in the FDUSA series as well. So congratulations to him, and also all the other drivers that made it into the top 32.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to get an interview by the cone guy. I think he's cleaning the track. We're going to get a picture, though. That's the best we can do. But, yeah, thank you all. Like I said, it's live. I'm viewing you guys. I'm viewing the comments live. This is probably the most interactive it's going to get, especially since we can't have spectators out here. This is as good as it's going to get. So we appreciate y'all commenting. I'm checking it out as much as I can. Looks like the phone went haywire and gave me some craziness.
Yeah, so thank you very much for viewing again. Once again, if you're in the area, please come by to the Okuibuki Motorpark, and we'll be here. Make sure you join us at the times that I was talking earlier, and also check out the Facebook of Formula Japan and the Instagram and all that stuff for all the information. So make sure you're back for tomorrow for the tandem. We're going to have a great time. Thank you very much for joining us, me and Kenny, and also the fellow judges, Yoichi Mamura and Nobuteru Taniguchi. Thank you very much, and see you guys tomorrow.
Formula Drift Japan
革新のカーボンベゼルBluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ
横浜
The brightness called brilliant. blinding and vivid. Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
Made in Japan. Breed.
伝統と革新小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチオグラレーシングプラッチ ORC
究極の静かさと安全性オンロードオフロード世界中で活躍する剣だその信頼を支える静音性安定性と対摩耗性世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに剣だ
What's up, guys? It's Freddy Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
最高峰のモーターイベントが3年ぶりに岡山国際サーキットに帰ってくる10月8日9日モーターゲームス開催詳しくはウェブサイトをご覧ください。